talk about the disposition of any of the funds that are over and above the policy of, our unassigned fund balance policy of 33%, and how we, if we choose to apply any of those towards things. And one of the, one item was on our retirement debt. It looks like there's about a little over $90,000. For every $1 million we pay down on that debt, there's a little over 90,000 and some change.
Correct. So
Savings that goes up over time if salaries are adjusted up.
that's correct. So yeah, those paying in $1 million or whatever the amount may be is going to affect your, of course, you're going to be out that cash for the year to pay down that debt, but then it's going to affect your retirement rate also.
Right.
So
And the cash position that we're in because of the rate environment.
So we have received, of course, the certified values and then the new calculations of the tax rate. We'll share our screen here. This updated spreadsheet is, of course, on the budget workshop drive today, unfortunately. But that one is just one that's there. We've had questions, and we can always adjust as more information comes in.
Good.
The other ones that we'll need to come back to in this department are the MHMR contracts. And of course, those will come in for your review in this next month. The animal birth control clinic. So they increased their ask this year to that 125,000. You had questions about what the city was contributing to ABC. And so what we have found out, they currently and have for some years now, their budget is 166,000. Theirs is a little bit different than ours. So what's happening there is they budget, and then they have an agreement with, of course, with ABC, and they're being billed per instance per surgery and microchip. And so they've budgeted 166 for a while, but from what I gathered, it's just a flat rate that has been sufficient to cover the amount that's billed to them monthly. So they have not adjusted that for a while, but it's, again, just based on how many instances they are actually billing for.
So that's a little different than our arrangement where we're just giving them flat money to do whatever they.
To cover the areas outside outside the incorporated cities, yes, sir. So with the 125,000, it's just down at the bottom of the, yeah, perfect. That section there. She says that, to reach the areas in need, this would cover over 1,500 animals. They would receive spay, neuter, and microchip. And that the 19,000, the past funding level, is exhausted within 3 months, usually. Economic Development Department. The Sports Commission asked for an increase in funding of $30,000, so this would increase to 130 from our previous 100,000. You had asked about the city of Waco and what they had funded and what they planned on funding. They have always contributed 75,000, and of course their budget is not adopted yet either, but the plan is that they would continue the $75,000 level of funding into next year. Stay on our timeline. Those letters need to go out from the judge's office today. So I just wanted to just come back here and just make sure, that we all knew what those ending numbers look like. Everyone has received a COLA on this list. So the right side is just what our fiscal year 22 elected official salaries look like. Some of the judges are, the COLA doesn't apply to them because those numbers are set a different way. But the ones that are highlighted in yellow, those were the amounts that Anna spoke on and recommended moving those up to a certain level. And then, of course, the COLA is added on top of that. So I just wanted to just make sure that we were all still, agreeable to those amounts, just because those letters do need to go out today. And we hadn't really
The
looked at.
adjustments came in the highlighted yellow,
Yes, sir.
and that was due to the fact that they were out of our criterion.
Yes. Yes. So you brought those up.
Between now and the final adoption, which is August the 24th, we will we will come back and talk about the disposition. Tuesday, February the 1st, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The meeting was posted on Thursday, January 27, 2022 at 3:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you. And we have a work session scheduled for 1 p.m. today. And then other activities in the court is a ribbon cutting for County Court at Law 3 at 4 p.m. All right, at this time, let's pause briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag.
Honor
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't believe we had anyone call in for request to speak to, from the public, okay? And I don't believe we have anyone in the audience. Under D, under proclamation and resolutions, we do not have any this week. Under E is a consent agenda. Some suggested pulls for the consent agenda is E3A, E3B, E3C, E3D, and E8. All right, are there any other suggested pulls? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulls mentioned?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Okay, Dustin?
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, discussion and action on matters regarding COVID-19. I see online we have Ryan Durker from the Emergency Management Office and also LaShonda Mallory Horn and others from the Public Health District. So I'd like to call on them. Ryan, would you like to start, or LaShonda? Either way is fine.
For COVID things this week, we don't have much. I'll defer to LaShonda on that.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Judge, and to all the commissioners for an opportunity. I have a brief set of slides I'd like to share with you all to give you just an update on the current status of COVID here in the county.
Okay.
Let's see. Are you all able to see my slides, or you see my notes?
Yes, ma'am. We can see you. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. The epidemiology team here at the Health District has been working extremely hard to monitor the spread of COVID-19, led by our senior epidemiologist, Vidahi Shah. We're here to present a little bit of information. I've invited Mariana Little in Ms. Shaw's absence to answer any questions that you all may have related to the data reported. In December, the Health District staff were made aware of a new variant of concern, Omicron, by the Texas Department of State Health Services. Not long after we began to see a drastic increase in the number of COVID-19 cases reported daily. As you can see on this graph, the 7-day running average of the reported COVID-19 cases during the Delta surge peaked at 312 cases. In January, the peak with Omicron wave was 944 cases, and our current daily running average has now decreased to 431. Please note some key dates. On this graph, local schools reopened in August, and the Delta variant surge began in August and peaked in mid-September. The Omicron wave surge began in early December, and the trends have shown it peaked in the last week or so of January 2022. Local schools reopened after winter break during the first and second week of January 22nd, and we've seen a steady decrease in the number of cases. The increase in the cases reported continue over the last 10 weeks, beginning the week of December 1st, and have continued to increase at a rate never seen before during the life of this pandemic. Cases increased 50 times over a 9-week period. At the beginning of December, the 7-day running case average was less than 20. This has increased to over 940 in 9 weeks. Like I said earlier, we are on a decrease. The steady increase was alarming to our health district staff at our local health authority, Dr. Farley Verner. And cases have started to trend downward since January 26th. However, this trend is relatively new, and we're paying attention and keeping our eye on it. As expected, an increased number of cases reported resulted in an increased number of hospitalizations. Fortunately, the hospitalization rates have been slightly lower during this Omicron variant surge than it was in August and September during the Delta surge. At its peak in September, the 7-day running average of COVID-19 positive patients admitted into the hospital was 199. And as of Friday, January 28th, the 7-day running average is 166. This slide summarizes the impact of the Omicron variant, the impact it's had here on McLean County cases. We do know that this variant caused less severe illness, so that's good news, but it can still cause severe illness and death in those that are unvaccinated. Early studies suggested that there's a reduction in the titers or the amount of antibodies against Omicron in individuals who have received a primary vaccination series and those who've had prior SARS-CoV-2 infection. And this could potentially be attributed to the immune evasion against Omicron. The spike in COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations was followed by a spike in deaths. September was our deadliest month with 108 cases. Since the start of the pandemic, there have been 794 McLennan County residents that have lost their lives. And we always make sure we recognize that these deaths are not just numbers, but they're mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, and friends, coworkers, and loved ones that are no longer with us. And daily, our staff mourn with these families and are hopeful that our vaccine and education efforts will continue to be received. Vaccination efforts continue. While we haven't seen the same level of vaccine uptake increase that we saw during the Delta variant surge, we are pleased that our efforts are resulting in over 4,000 doses of vaccine administered typically on a weekly basis. We have started to see a decrease since the start of the year. The expanded outreach efforts by our COVID-19 vaccine coordinator, Pablo Ramos, continues and is focused on collaboration and partnership with churches, local school districts, higher education, and businesses. This map is just showing the vaccine uptake across the county. The darker shades of green shows the highest levels of vaccine that's been distributed across the county, and then the lighter colors show less vaccination uptake. What we're doing is using this data and targeted efforts to make sure we're reaching out to these communities or these portions of the communities that have the least amount of vaccinations. A little bit more about vaccines. We have booster shots and pediatric vaccinations available at the health district daily. We have several work sites that have scheduled reoccurring vaccination clinics, and our COVID-19 vaccine strike teams will host clinics at the PTR Monday through Friday from 8 to 4:30. We have all 3 COVID-19 vaccine products readily available. Our community testing efforts have continued. We have 2 community testing sites right now, one led by MyLabs Direct and the other by Davico. They're PCR tests that are self-administered with a nasal swab. The results take 48 to 72 hours. All tests are billed to private or public insurance or billed to the CARES Act funding for those that are uninsured. The 2 testing locations are at Columbus Avenue Baptist Church and McLennan County College. Real basic, how to protect yourselves and others. Get vaccinated and stay up to date on your COVID-19 vaccines. Wear a mask if you are out in public, no matter your vaccination status, and if you have a weakened immune system. And cover your coughs and sneezes. Stay 6 feet away from others and avoid crowds or poorly ventilated spaces. Also, if you feel like you may be sick, get tested, stay home, and also take advantage of the free testing that is available through the United States Postal Service. Also, wash your hands often. Use hand sanitizer, soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Clean and disinfect surfaces in your home. And again, cover your coughs and sneezes and monitor your health daily. So thank you all very much. If y'all have any additional questions regarding any of the data, I'll let Mariana talk specifically to the data and we can answer any other questions anyone may have.
Okay, thank you, LaShonda. Are there any questions or comments anyone would like to make?
Well, I'd like to make a comment. First, again, I'm just appreciative to the court, to be the court's representative to the Public Health District. And in that capacity, I have just been extremely proud of the work that the Public Health District has done, guiding us through the pandemic. And they're a wealth of information, and so we reached out to them because I think you all were kind of expressing that you maybe wanted to have a little bit more information, especially as we were going through that peak. And so LaShonda and Ms. Mallory and her department have graciously agreed to come. They will be here with us every first meeting, the first meeting of each month. If you all want to have them here more, I'm sure she'll accommodate that. And then if you decide that maybe you don't need to have her come, but right now we're just planning to have her come our first meeting and make sure that you all are comfortable with the state of COVID-19 and the efforts that we're doing in McLennan County. Okay.
Thank you. I agree.
Appreciate, great report.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Yep. Okay, Dustin?
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go back to Ryan Durker, he has an update on the potential weather event later this week.
We could get that shared, that report, if they could share it with us.
Okay.
The one that she just did?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Ryan.
Judge Feldman, Commissioners, good morning. Just kind of a brief update of the things that are spinning up around here for later on this week. The bottom line on this thing is that it's going to get awfully cold this week, and we are expecting rain to start on in the afternoon of Wednesday, going overnight, turning into wintry mix on Thursday. And that's kind of what concerns us, is that after that wintry mix into Friday, the temperatures are going to get into the single digits. So our temperature today is going to be relatively mild. I think we're high 60s today. So that really bodes well for us when warming the ground up to make sure that this stuff doesn't stick too badly. But that could change over the next upcoming days. If the sleet stays for a very long time and cools the ground down, we are looking at a somewhat severe ground freeze on Friday. So as more information becomes available, we're taking a look at it. We've been pre-deploying assets all over the community for the larger part of this week's cots, blankets, these sorts of things, trying our best to not repeat our mistakes from last year. The city is having coordination calls for the things that they need to do. So we're speaking real well with all the other City of Waco departments in preparation of this. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions anyone have? My office stays in close contact with Ryan and Elizabeth and others regarding weather issues. And so we generally, if there's a need to close down county business for our time being, we will try to make that decision in a time frame that's useful to everyone and not the last minute, but yet we don't want to move too fast. We've seen where these weather going both ways aren't as bad as you thought they were, or way worse, and thinking of last year. So we'll keep in close contact. If anybody has any questions, please let us know. Thank you, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, going back, Commissioner Perry had a question. Oh, you wanted
Yes, and Commissioner Miller said she would make sure that.
share the,
I'd like a copy of that report.
okay, from LaShonda?
Yes,
Public Health District.
good data.
Good, thank you. Okay, Dustin.
And Judge, if you'd like to, we can accept LaShonda's report for recording purposes.
Yeah, thank you. All right, you've heard the report. We've asked the questions. Is there a motion to approve this report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under item M2C, authorization of order accepting monetary donation for cold case unit under local government code section 81.032. Judge, I believe there's representatives in the court for this.
Yes, Ms. Beatty, would you like to come forward, or would you like to say anything other than make this donation? And what it is, an approval of a donation from Mr. and Ms. Beatty totaling $6,000 for the Sheriff's Office cold case unit.
We're just very pleased to be able to do this in support of the McLennan County Sheriff's Office cold case unit. They do a fantastic job in searching out, taking care of this business, and we feel like that our support might just further their cause.
Well, we, on behalf of the Sheriff's Department and Commissioners Court, we tell you that we greatly appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments anyone has?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Judge, I certainly concur with what Mrs. Beatty said, and based on that, would move to approve the monetary donation.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Oppose? Pass. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Dustin.
Item L2 is regarding the Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division, Specialty Courts, Mental Health Court Program, authorization of submission of grant application and related resolution and forms. I'd like to call on Amy Lowry.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Amy. How are you today?
I'm great. So basically, this is the same grant application that we submitted 2 years ago, but they did not approve any new grant applications at the time due to COVID restraints. So this is the same grant application, just recycled. So basically, the grant application is in the amount of $176,043. There is no match requirement. We would have one new staff member for mental health court for a case manager. Half of my salary, supplies, equipment, training, drug testing for participants, and just some miscellaneous small things, supplies and such.
Okay.
So we are asking the court to approve a resolution to submit the grant application to the Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division.
Okay, are there any questions anyone would have? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Judge, we have two items for Chris Collins. Item N3 is the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for December 2021. And I1 is regarding the program project agreement with Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, authorization of payment request number 1. Chris?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'll start with our report on economic development activity. This is the report for December of 2021. We had a very successful year. We did have one final announcement in December. That was with Capstone Mechanical, bringing in a 30,000 square foot expansion and a $5.15 million investment in a new production facility at their Imperial location. Overall, we had a very strong year in economic development activity. We ended with over 1,000 new jobs announced, 1.27 million square feet of real estate development. And I would note that all of the construction associated with that, both on the expansion and attraction side, is new construction. And then almost $514 million in new capital investment announced in 2021. So second consecutive record year of development for our marketplace. We're off to a strong start in 2022, and I'll be visiting with y'all shortly about a couple of projects for executive session to get you up to speed on where we are with those. Our level of activity remains strong. We're still seeing a lot of interest in manufacturing and logistics operations, but I would note that we are seeing some projects in professional services come back, which is good. Those had predominantly moved to an at-home work environment, and we're seeing those shift back into an office environment, even if it's with flexible schedules. So I think that's a positive sign for us, and that a sign that business is trending more into face-to-face work versus remote. Although we have to note that remote is here to stay for some types of workers. I just note on our new active projects, we do have a few that are in the works right now. Again, in manufacturing, in professional services, and in distribution, we're seeing some aerospace projects come back as well. So those are all just really strong indicators for us of what's happening in our market. Texas remains strong when it comes to new business activity. And I would just note too that we saw over a 4% growth in our labor force in 2021, which is really strong as well. We know that our employers are looking actively for good recruits to bring into their operations. We're working on that, but it's a sign that there are definitely people moving into our marketplace, and that we're a place that is attractive for workers and for business. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all might have related to that.
All right, any questions for Chris? All right,
Good job.
okay,
Great year.
yep.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to accept Chris's report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Justin, do you want me to
We can go
roll into what?
item
Okay. So what you have before you is a request for payment from SpaceX. This is their first payment request for their second program project agreement with Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation. Their request is for payment in the amount of $1,449,603.62. The county's portion of which is $724,801.81. We have verified that the company is in compliance with its agreement. To date, they will have a second draw request for the balance of the funds at a future date that we'll bring before the court. But staff recommendation is for approval of this draw request.
Okay, any questions?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, Judge, moving back to the start of the agenda, under the consent agenda, under item E3, Human Resources, E3A is Road and Bridge Precinct 3. Anna?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
So the item for Road and Bridge Precinct 3, I have Precinct 3 requesting the ability to correct the budgeted salary for the mechanic position 356. The current budgeted amount is $51,706. And the other 5 mechanic positions among the other precincts are all budgeted the same. At $53,895, with the exception of one that's budgeted at $1 more than that, $53,896. And so this is a request for just the corrections to be sure that the titles are in parity. The titles of all the other positions among the precincts are in parity. And so this is kind of the one outlier that is different from the other comparable positions. The change in budgeted salary is in the amount of $2,189, and the person currently in the position has comparable tenure among the mechanics across all precincts. So I can take I do recommend the change in budgeted salary, and I can take any questions the court may have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions anyone have? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
E3B is pretrial services.
I have a request from pretrial services to change a title of a position under the department. Just before I get into the details, I do want to clarify, you'll only see Judge Cates, I believe, name in the agenda. Judge Bain was on vacation last week, but I was able to get confirmation and approval from him on the details of this request yesterday. But that's why you're not seeing his name, but it should be included. So this request is coming from Judge Cates and Judge Bain. I just wanted to clarify that. And the position is the request is regarding position number 1157. It's Indigent Defense Coordinator. There's actually two coordinators by the same title under pretrial services, and the request is to update position 1157 to make it a tier 2 coordinator. And that's just because this is going to be the position that will be a more senior position responsible for making decisions in the absence of the judge. And that's just a minor change to the job description. It does not affect the pay grade. It does not affect the budgeted salary. It's just really one line item added to a job description. And the tier and title structure is comparable and similar to titles we've applied in other departments as well. I can take any questions from you as well.
Any questions anyone have?
No.
What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve E3B. Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
E3C is county sheriff.
I have a request from the jail and the sheriff's office to adjust the hourly rate of the part-time jailer position. It's currently approved for a maximum hourly rate of $15 per hour. And I'm referencing position number 1066 or 1066. And the request is to adjust that hourly rate to $20 per hour, which is more in line with the hourly rate for full-time jailers. There's currently 5 employees under this position slot who've worked a total of almost 160 hours fiscal year to date. This is a recommended adjustment from HR, again, because they're performing the same duties as jailers, are licensed the same as full-time jailers, require the same training as full-time jailers. And so the $20 hourly rate is a more appropriate amount for their work. I can take any questions.
And Anna, what was the overtime rate again for a jailer?
Overtime rate for a jailer is $31 and some change. And so there is a goal here to hopefully attract more employees to work more part-time hours in an effort to offset overtime expenses. So I'm glad you asked that.
Okay.
I've got a question. Anna, if they have the same requirements, training, license required, same environment, why was it not adjusted to $20.59 then?
So
I
that
know
was
that's-
actually,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
so that's a good question, and it's actually something I've been meaning to correct just for all part-time positions, not just this jailer position. I'm hoping to bring that forward for FY23 budget discussions, because it's been a common occurrence where we have licensed folks with a license, like a CDL driver, for instance, who wasn't making the same as their full-time counterpart. So that I think that warrants a review of all of our part-time positions to be sure they're making similar, comparable to their full-time counterparts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it does provide having a consistent group of folks that are willing to work part-time because it might fit into their lifestyle or whatever, other things that they're doing, and get them up. They're more apt to stay in that part-time position, and so it's a good tool to manage coverage. As everyone knows, there's standards on jailer to inmate ratios that are come under review by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, and this helps them achieve those goals, so I totally support this.
It's a big plus for the county.
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, the more part-time, obviously there's $11 an hour difference. And we know we've paid a lot of money in overtime the last several years, so
Yeah.
it's a good step in the right direction.
Okay, any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Item
Thank you.
E3D, elections, and we can hold that until later in the agenda.
Okay,
And then moving down to item E8, authorization of McLennan County credit card purchases. We need to pull the item for Commissioner Precinct 2 with no action. And then Judge, that will leave for consideration under E8 for the mailroom and for the specialty court.
okay.
So we need to approve E8 with the exception of the pull. Is that what you're saying, Dustin?
Yeah, yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, that would be my motion, Judge.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Under item F, budget and budget amendments, F1s regarding the FY22 budget. Francis?
Thank you. Yes, so for fiscal year 22 budget amendment, starting with F1A. F1A is a budget amendment in the Permanent Improvement Fund. It is related to the building modification you approved on the last agenda for the Maintenance of Buildings office. And there's a detail attached, which again was approved last agenda, but this will increase a line item specific for that project out of the contingencies line within that fund. F1B is a budget amendment request in the general fund for the elections department. Due to some increased cost related to voter registration certificates this year, they are needing to increase that line item by $11,000. They do have money within another line in their budget to move from. You'll see there the other services and charges line item. F1C, this is general fund, road and bridge precinct 3. They're requesting to move the $1,135 from the contingencies line item within that department into capital outlay. And that is due to an increased cost related to the storage structure that's being placed on their yard property. F1D, this is general fund, road and bridge precinct 4, requesting to move from their contingencies line item into furniture and equipment in order to accommodate some increased costs for equipment as well as a radar sign unit. F1E This is general fund for the tax office departments, both ad valorem and auto. The request is to increase their repair and maintenance line items by moving from the countywide contingency. The need is for maintenance contracts that are related to some equipment in their office. The amount wasn't budgeted or the amount budgeted in those line items is not going to be sufficient due to some extra cost related to COVID cleaning for their office location. So the money that would have been attributable to these contracts was spent for those cleaning costs. And then F1F, this is in our Veterans Treatment Court Program Fund, the Special Revenue Fund. We're asking that we increase the supplies line item in that fund by $200, moving from contingencies in that fund rather. This is tied to the monetary donation you accepted on the last court agenda. We'll place it in that line item and ensure that those monies are spent appropriately based on the donation. F1G, this is general fund maintenance of buildings. The request is to move from the repair and maintenance line item in information technology to the repair and maintenance line item in maintenance of buildings. The cost is related to flooring for the Cobb's data center. And so just due to the fact that we like to keep all repair and maintenance projects in the maintenance of buildings department, we're transferring those funds to MOB.
Okay, any questions about any of these? If not, is there a motion to approve F1A through F1G?
So move.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
All right, and Judge, if we could skip down to item N5 regarding the May 7th, 2022 special election, authorization of order of special election, early voting dates, times, and locations, election day vote centers, and related documents. I'd like to call on Jared.
Yes, thank you, Dustin. So typically we don't have to order the May city and school election. However, this year there's going to be a statewide special election that includes 2 constitutional amendments. So I am calling on the court to order and approve this order of election. We're going to treat this election similar to we would like the past November election that we just handled. So if you have any questions for me, please let me know.
All right, are there any questions?
Jared, I do have a question. It's not in reference to the agenda item here, but when I spoke with you the other day, voter registration cards have gone out.
We're getting them. Yeah, we have our mailing them right now. So,
Okay.
Yeah, and that's not a countywide issue. That is a statewide issue. Unfortunately, we're not the only ones that have had that delay.
All right, just want to make sure I didn't miss my chance.
The mail service is very slow now.
Yeah, it's been very frustrating. We're trying our best we've been pushing them for several weeks to get them out now. So it's just one of those things we've had to deal with, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, regarding N5, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving back up to item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs. G1 is authorization of recommendation for RFP 21-017, air and surface purification system for McLennan County buildings. Ken?
While preparing our recommendation for the air and surface purification, we came across an article that was done by Bristol, University of Bristol in Bristol, UK. And it in the abstract, it states that there's a decrease in infectivity to approximately 10% of the starting value was observed for the SARS-CoV-2 over 20 minutes, with a large portion of the loss occurring within the first 5 minutes after aerosolization. That kind of struck us. If it loses so much of its infectivity in such a short period of time, is it worth spending the money to do the air and surface purification that we're looking for? So I sent out a email to each one of the respondents, basically asking for them to, I don't want to use the term justify, but to rebut the article that, and basically show us that it's worth it spending the money for the purification system. But then I'll also say that then I found another article, and it's a study done out in Japan that talks about the Omicron version of COVID actually lasting longer than previous versions. And so we're just trying to get a grasp of the situation before we come to the court making a recommendation to spend money that maybe we don't have to. But I wanted to present this information to the court just to let you know what we're a little bit struggling with and trying to present a good recommendation to the court when we bring it to you. So in other words, I'm asking that we defer the recommendation for this RFP at this time.
Ken, I appreciate your diligence in doing that. And, you know, I would make a statement that you talk about the Japanese study on Omicron. You know, if the previous version could stay on the skin 1 minute and Omicron can stay 2 minutes, that's twice as long, but relatively speaking, that's still not very long. So I agree with you that there needs to be a lot more information available before money's spent on a system that may not be needed.
Well, the only thing that I'll allude to here, and I do have a little bit of knowledge in this area because I've talked frequently with someone in that field, is we're going to base this off of a past variant. We have no clue what the next several variants will be like. So you hate to take this one study that was done with a variant and apply it to everything that we have coming forward. So I think we need to be cautious and reconsider the fact that we don't know what it will mutate into next.
And I'm hoping that we find that out in the rebuttal. Again, some of this stuff is moving so fast that or so many studies are being done. And I will say too, it does state in both studies that it's subject to peer review. So that hasn't been accomplished yet, as far as I know. But the fact that peer review is needed doesn't mean that the tests weren't valid.
So basically, we're talking about upgrading our filtration, air conditioning filtration systems. Is that?
That's one of the solutions, yes.
Okay, so we would have cleaner, more sanitized air, just all around.
Yes, and as long as the court is good with that, we can proceed forward. But again, I wanted to present every bit of information that we've received over the last few weeks.
And the other piece I'll add quickly is it's not just COVID. Out at the jail,
Right.
it tackled a multitude of bacteria in the environment out at the jail.
Remind me of the cost, Ken.
Well, we have responses from about 200,000 up to a couple of million.
And where are we talking about locating this purification system? It says for McLennan County buildings. Are we talking about all McLennan County buildings?
No, sir, we're talking about the jails, Highway 6, Jack Harwell, the Juvenile Center. We're talking about the Records Building, the courthouse, and the Sheriff's Office. We did include the redoing of the old jail, but that could be a couple of years down the road. So I actually came back and took that out.
Yeah, agree.
Well, doing his due diligence is not a no. If he would feel more comfortable going forward with his recommendation if he had the opportunity to do more research. I don't see why we can't give him.
Well, I think we can have a recommendation for the court, next court. I've asked for the rebuttals to be given to me by the end of this week, and we'll go with what we got. I do have one response to that already, but I was hoping to get a little bit different views from some others. But you know, we'll get what we can.
Thank you, Ken.
Well,
One question. So you're getting your research from those who responded to the RFP, or are you getting it from science and from maybe those in the field that have that research out there, irregardless of any?
I've actually asked for the people. I've got that research there that was done by science, but I'm actually asking from the people that submitted proposals because they have science and stuff behind them as well. Now I know they're salespeople, I understand that, but again, if science is involved, then they shouldn't be stretching the truth on anything that they're saying.
So, and I wouldn't call it a rebuttal, I'd call it a review of the information that you sent and their response to it, because they may not, there's a lot of times where they'll actually be in line, but there are certain factors in there. And, you know, things are changing fast, and, you know, you can get one report and bet the farm on it, and all of a sudden, another report comes up that makes your first report worthless. Happens all the time.
That's right.
Should we possibly allow, I mean, I would feel the doctors at the public health district to review that as well and get an opinion, an actual medical opinion?
I'd like to see someone neutral give us an opinion on it.
Well, I know what the answer would be, because money's no object. And so, yeah, do it if you think you get any kind of protection on it.
Does this fall under ARP or anything?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it would. It would. And I'm not at all arguing whether we'll do it or not. It's thinking about advancement in technology and equipment. But, you know, I'm with Commissioner Miller. Let's let Ken continue getting feedback, and then we'll come back to court and look at it on any updates that you get. And when we run out of updates, we'll make a decision.
I'll share those with you when I get them.
Okay. Okay.
Well, again, I'm asking that we defer this week.
Motion to defer.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Item G2 is authorization of recommendation for bid 21-020 McLennan County Line Road South Creek Crossing improvements. Ken?
Yes, sir. We received 4 responses to this bid. We received a response from LC Paving and Construction, LLC. And I'm just reading off the base price plus the performance payment bond amount. And they bid a total of $229,657.50. Then we, with a price for an alternate high water flashing warning sign of $8,000. HCS bid $263,575. And again, they had a price for the high water flashing warning sign of $8,000. Meckel Contracting LLC.
What agenda?
G2.
G2. Excuse me, Ken. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Meckel Contracting LLC bid $266,496.02. The price for their high water flashing warning sign is $10,000. And then Bear Creek Construction bid $299,265, and their price for their flashing warning sign is $24,000. We recommend the Commissioners Court grant the award for McLennan County Line Road South Creek Crossing improvements to LC Paving and Construction LLC. They submitted the lowest bid in the amount of $229,657.50, which included the performance and payment bond amount. And then the engineer's office wishes to include the add alternate high water flashing warning sign in the amount of $8,000. That would bring the total contract amount to $237,657.50.
Okay, any questions? What precinct is this in again?
Precinct 3.
3, okay, thank you. All right, any questions for Ken? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve recommendation by purchasing.
Second.
Second? Okay, yes.
All right, have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Item G3.
Let the minutes reflect that Commissioner Miller was not here for the vote. Yes,
May I make
Francis.
a comment about this that you just approved? I was wondering, funding wise, is the intent that we will take it from the countywide road and bridge department, the money that we set aside for bridges and water crossings?
I would hope so.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
just
mean,
wanna make sure that
it qualifies under that category.
No, not
definitely, okay,
Yeah,
so it'll
okay.
come out of general fund.
Mhm.
Perfect, thank you.
Was that gonna be bond money or is it gonna be, road and bridge money?
It's road and bridge, we budgeted.
That big amount, yeah.
That's
So we
shared,
budgeted, yes,
shared fund.
2 million in that shared department and general fund for
Mhm.
larger projects like
That-
this,
that was
that
my
we're
thought.
anticipating.
I'm just keeping an eye out. I know what's coming.
Yeah, watch it. Okay,
All right, item G3 is authorization of quote H&M Landscape and Sprinkler for the irrigation for Cobb's facility. DJ?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. We with the master gardeners over at the Cobb's facility, and they're ready to get started on their class projects. So looking back, when we did the renovation to the facility, we didn't have any exterior water or an irrigation system. So what we're asking for is for the 719734 to have H&M install an irrigation system so they can finish up their class work. So this would take care of the majority of the flower beds out front, as well as some raised beds along the fence line.
okay. All right, any questions or about this, comments? It's a big difference, between H&M and Fitzgerald.
Yeah, you usually see quite a difference between the two. It's just difference in contractors and difference in the types of work that they do.
Yeah, and how much work they
And
have.
there you go. Who's got time and who doesn't?
Yeah,
Right.
okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under item H, contracts interlocal agreements, H1 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with Bell County for housing and care of inmates. This is to house and care Bell County inmates at the McLennan County Highway 6 Jail or Jack Harwell at a per diem rate of $84 per man day.
Okay, any questions? I'll make a motion, we approve this.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
H2 is regarding the agreement with Leal Snacks LLC, Leal Snacks Micro Markets, authorization of renewal request for the Jack Harwell Detention Center. Ken?
Yes, when we took over Jack Harwell from LaSalle had in place this this micro market. We elected to bring that forward to McLennan County, and Ricky Major Armstrong would like to continue this agreement with Leal's. And so we bring it forward to your consideration.
Okay, and when we were out there for jail inspection, I asked Major Armstrong how, it really looks nice and how it was all working. They said it really is a big improvement over what they've had, and the employees like it as well. So, but it really was a well facilitated area there. All right, with that, I'll make a motion, we approve that.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H3 is authorization of revised event rental agreement addendum with McLennan County Fair Incorporated, doing business as Extraco Event Center for jury selection and trials venue. As the court will remember, last court session, we approved an addendum to the rental agreement, adding some dates for 2022 for jury selection. Some of those dates have been shifted around. The June dates have changed. A date was added for September and 2 dates were added for November. Everything else will remain the same. And I believe John's on just in case there are any questions from the court.
Okay, good morning, John. Anything to add? You didn't add very much, actually.
John, you're on mute if you're trying to speak.
Okay.
It looks like we're going from 8 to 12 dates, Dustin?
Yes, sir. That is correct. There were one of those dates is for Adoption Day in November, and under the addendum we had approved last time, it had talked about adding dates in November and December after those came upon agreement between the county and the fair. So yes, sir, I believe you're correct.
Okay. And those are as needed? Are they?
As needed, we can cancel by noon on the Friday prior with no penalty.
Judge, I'd move to approve H3.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Dalton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay.
H4 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with Coryell County for housing and care of inmates. This is an agreement with Coryell County for the housing and care of their inmates at the McLennan County Jail, and the per diem day for this one is $84.12.
Okay, I'll make a motion. We approve this.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
H5 is authorization of support and maintenance agreement with Excella Technologies for document imaging software for the Sheriff's Office. David Ives.
Yes, this is just the re-up for our digital storage system for our records, our scanning and archiving of records down in our records division. It's the same service that we use every year.
Okay, any questions for David? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass.
H6 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Golson for road work, and H7 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Leroy for road work. Commissioner Jones? Judge, those are both. Sorry.
Well, I think Commissioner Jones, is he still on?
I think it just heard him buzz out. I'll make a motion to approve H6 and H7 on his behalf.
Second.
All right. I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H8 is authorization of maintenance and support agreement quote with Dell EMC, Dell Technologies for the Isilon storage system. Lisa?
Thank you, Dustin. This will be our first renewal in this maintenance and support contract for our Isilon units. We just ended our initial 3-year term. We are renewing for 1 year. That will cover 2 services. The first one is our hardware and software warranties and support for the production and backup units. This cost is $19,940.01. The rate is a little higher than what was communicated to us when we purchased it with the Clear Price Maintenance Program. It's about 5,000 over that projection. The Dell team communicated there was a mistake with that estimate, but they are trying to give us some compensation in regards to that. That's been passed to another team for consideration. The second service is for the Superna application support, which we utilize for managing system updates, service tests, and keeping our units mirrored for recovery purposes. The cost for that renewal is $1,391.44. The overall cost is covered in our IT budget, and that is $21,331.45.
Okay, any questions for Lisa?
Hey, Lisa, the only question I have, are these proprietary systems or products that we can only use a particular provider?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve H8.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass. I'd like to go back to item H7. Commissioner Jones, I think you wanted to leave that deferred. Is that?
Yes, we need to defer to H7.
Okay, so let's see.
No, it's H. Yeah, H7. Whichever one is for Leroy.
Yeah,
H7.
H7, yeah.
H7.
So,
Okay.
is there a motion to rescind the approval of H7?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, is there a motion to defer H7?
Motion to defer.
Second.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
I hope that followed Robert's Rules of Order. But I think it works, whatever we follow.
Which Robert that is.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Moving down to item J, capital improvement, repair and maintenance projects. J1's regarding the ADA renovations to MHMR Crisis Center, bid 21-003. Agreement with HCS Incorporated, commercial general contractor, authorization of payment application number 8. TJ?
Yes, so this is for invoice number 8. It's right in line with where they are within the scope of the project. So we're recommending approval, and I will let the court know we did receive another change order for the structural repairs underneath the restroom area that we've been discussing now for a couple of months. So that will come on the next agenda, but you'll have time to look at it beforehand. So we recommend this for approval.
Okay. Any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Gonna be like a brand new building when we get done.
Yeah, good, built one for it.
Under item, I'm sorry, Judge.
Go right ahead.
Just under item L1 ARPA, we will hold that until 1 o'clock, and we have the work session and then a few action items under there as well.
Okay.
So moving down to item M, Department Office Specific Request, M1's Constable Precinct 1, discussion and or action regarding the purchase of in-car and body cameras. And Judge, this will need to be deferred again.
All right. I'll make a motion to defer.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M2's County Sheriff. M2A is authorization of 2022-2023 aviation insurance proposal with Star Indemnity and Liability Company. And this is the aviation insurance proposal on our helicopters. The renewal premium is $25,200. That is an increase from last year. Last year was $21,597.
Okay. Any questions?
I would just assume there aren't a lot of people that insure helicopters, probably.
Well, and Commissioner Captain Nixon did mention that to me. He's going to take advantage of going to some of the conferences this year and visiting with others and seeing what all's out there.
All right, thank you.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve M2A.
Second?
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M2B, authorization of order declaring certain property as not meeting the criteria for salvage or surplus and authorizing the disposal of said waste property. This is for vests, vest supplies, tactical helmets, guns, and other miscellaneous items. Ken?
Yes, sir. I believe I mentioned last court that the sheriff's office has been diligently working to clean out stuff that is no longer needed and not of use. And most of these items that we would not seek to put in an auction at all because it wouldn't be safe.
Yeah.
And again, we do have point out that there's a 37 millimeter full stock gas launcher and a 1.5 caliber federal gas riot gun. And we had discussions on that, and he checked with David Ives checked and said, no, we need to destroy those. So we're destroying those as well. So I'm just seeking from the court the ability to allow the sheriff's office to take these items and have them destroyed.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion that we allow that. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M3, county engineer, authority to sign and submit McLennan County's Phase 2 Municipal Separate Storm Sewer Systems MS4 Annual Stormwater Report for Year 3, 2021. Zane?
Yes, sir. This report is an annual report that's done every year, and it's just an updated TCEQ report, and it's submitted for reporting purposes and recommend approval.
Okay, any questions for Zane? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
So, move to approve.
Second.
Motion made. Second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
Under item N2, discussion regarding healthcare plan audit and related engagement agreement with Messier 42 LLC. Judge recommend this be deferred again.
I move that we defer.
Second, yeah.
Motion been made. Second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N4, authorization of intergovernmental transfers of funds derived from the county healthcare provider participation fund mandatory payments to provide the non-federal share of a supplemental payment program authorized under the Texas Healthcare Transformation and Quality Improvement Program waiver. Heather?
Mouthful.
Yes.
This is a IGT request for the uncompensated care demonstration year 11 advance payment, and we're requesting to IGT up to the balance in the LPPF of $16,458,789.72 with a settlement date of February 10th.
Okay, any questions for Heather? If not, is there a motion to approve this transfer?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N6 is authorization of appointment to the McLennan County Children's Protective Services Board, and we're still waiting on some documentation for this, so we would ask that it be deferred.
Okay, I'll make a motion we defer. Is there a second?
Second?
Motion been made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N7, discussion and or action with trash pickup at precinct yards. Commissioner Smith?
Yes, sir. I'll pass those, you'll judge one of those. It's an issue that's been facing us for quite some time, and we feel like we need to do something about it. I don't think we're going to get the PUP program back up and running, at least probably not in this fiscal year, and maybe not ever. We just don't know that. And so we reached out to some people and just tried to put some numbers together on what we could do, and we talked with someone, found out we could use 3 to 4 workers a week. It would cost us about $25.76 per hour per person. If we utilize 3 people per hour, it'd be right at $77 and some change. And then you see the numbers, 3 of them per day at 8 hours per day, $618.24. If we work them 4 days, it comes out to 24, 72, 96, or, you know, that could vary 2 days up to, you know, whatever we wanted to do. But the bottom line is we feel like we can stay under the bid rule and get what we need by just going out and soliciting some quotes from some people. If the other precincts chose to join us and ask for bids for this type of work, then we would need to put together a bid document, get with Ken, maybe legal, to make sure that the wordage, verbiage is correct in it, and go out for bid. But we were looking at, you know, trying to get about 20 weeks of work during this fiscal year. And there's some numbers also there as far as MacPup money that would be available that we had budgeted this year. So that's kind of where we are right now.
What about equipment and stuff that they would need? You gotta haul this.
They furnish, we would ask that they furnish their own, and that was included in this price.
And I've just got comments to add here. This is becoming a problem, and I really had somebody upset the other day, and they had every right to be. We can't even get to chipping and shredding like we used to because we don't have the inmate crew. So we're having to go along and try and come back before the week's up so we're getting complaints about that. We're getting complaints about litter. We've got men that are dedicated on jobs. We have to pull them off. It's really affecting our workflow. And we've got to do something, because I know citizens are getting upset because trash is staying longer than it ever has. And we need to move forward with something.
I agree. We tried part-time help. And when we finally got one that was consistent, well, then he left me to go register back for college. So,
Yeah.
so you can't keep one even at the part-time rate.
So, you know, if
Who would we, are we talking about doing it, getting quotes from?
there are people out there and organizations.
Like United Way, things like that, or the,
Yes, sir,
yeah.
similar. Yes, sir, similar. But
Goodwill.
there are others besides them, and until we bid it, we really don't know,
Goodwill.
but that would be one organization. But if we go, you know, if everyone is interested, then it's definitely gonna have to be a bid item. And certainly, you know, after they bid it, if somebody chooses not to join, I'm sure that would be okay too.
Whatever days are free, I'd be glad to use them in precinct 4. So,
And Chrissy worked with me, did great work on putting these numbers together and talking. Chrissy, is there anything else you'd want to add to what we talked about?
No, I think it is a countywide problem.
Yeah.
And from what I gather, there are several organizations and companies who can provide this service. But if everybody is wanting to use a crew for more than once a week, you're gonna have to go out for bid in order not to hit that $50,000 threshold.
So, you know.
Well, you know, the McPup crews were working, 4 and 5 days a week.
We're just trying to get, I don't think we'll ever get ahead of the curve. We're just trying to kind of catch up to it for the rest of, for this fiscal year, and then determine where we go.
And possibly one day a week is okay when it's with it just being litter.
Yeah.
Because our McPups crews did so many different things.
Yeah, and we know, our precinct foreman knows the areas that need to be watched the most closely. There are areas that we have no concern about, and then there are some areas that need to work, So that's where we are, Judge. I don't know what, we'd like to, what I'm hearing, I think, is that we need to go out for bid to see what happens. Is that what you're?
We need to move forward.
Yeah, you need to, I guess, Dustin Ken would need to put together the bid piece of it, and you and Ken, and then we'll see, and then it'd come back to court for final approval.
Okay.
Because we really don't know what we're approving.
If I may just throw this out, it would require some study and possibly visiting with Mike, but under discretionary exemptions, under chapter 262024, section number 5, an individual work performed and paid for by the day as the work progresses, provided that no individual is compensated under this subsection for more than 20 working days in any 3-month period. Again, it's not something that I've ever used or tried to use, but something that we might study on and see if that would fit under what we're trying to do there.
Sure.
I was fixing to send that to Dustin, but I thought being in the midst of this discussion, I would bring it up.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I know there are other entities who contract out those services, and it might be that we could reach out to them also as far as documents that are already written, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Well, we'd also have to visit with Francis on how that paid for by the day as the work progresses.
Yeah. Well, I know there's some areas, but I know standing still, we're losing ground. Standing still, we're losing ground, and we need to move, and we need to do something.
And I've got emails if anybody'd like to read them that prove that.
Yeah.
Well, where I'm reading this too, it doesn't have a limit on the number of individuals.
Mm-hmm.
It just says it needs to be paid by the day and no more than 20 working days in any 3-month period. So, like I say, I just want to bring that up, possible consideration.
Okay.
Again, I think we'd need to work with Dustin and maybe Mike to see how that would,
Sure.
and Francis to see how that would work practically.
All right, so Commissioner Smith, would you consider a motion to defer as we gather more information?
Oh, certainly.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, that motion, second, any discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, item N8, discussion and or action regarding culverts. Zane?
Thank you, Dustin. Commissioners, I just wanted to have a discussion about the culvert situation that we're starting to encounter. As you know, that we've got some bids that will be coming in either in February or March for the new culvert prices, and we expect those prices to be roughly 3 times higher than what they've been running. And so until the new prices come in, what we're finding is the person that or the company that currently has our culvert bid, they don't have any more culverts to sell us at that bid price. And so if we were to go to another company to get culverts, it's 3 times as high as what the lowest bid rate is right now. So we're left with some choices of either not taking any new culvert orders until the culvert bid comes in late February, early March, which puts a problem on people that want to get a culvert and so they get a driveway in. The second option is to, if we've already taken a culvert order and they've already paid, then we go ahead and buy an expensive one, install it, and absorb the cost difference. And then the third option is the public provide an approved culvert, and then our road and bridge crews go ahead and install their culvert at no cost, additional cost to them. And all of this is until we can get new prices for culverts. So I guess the reason for this discussion is to make sure we're all on the same board, so that all 4 precincts are agreeing to proceed in the same manner. Our culvert order that Dustin is showing on the screen there does allow for the public to provide their own culvert, so long as it's a proper culvert as approved by our office. And that can be metal culvert, it can be a plastic culvert, and it can be a concrete culvert. They can always install it too, but then they have to install it per our culvert setting policy. And if they don't install it properly, then our crews will rip it out have to install it properly. So we always recommend to the public that even if they buy their own culvert, let our crews install it properly. And of course, that includes machines, labor, and extra materials to install the culvert, like gravel. Right now, at this point in time, all culvert orders have been accounted for, all the ones that we've already taken, culvert orders that my office has taken, and whether or not we've received, I believe we've received payment for all of them. And the road and bridge crews have found enough culverts in their yards to fulfill those orders. But if any other new culvert orders come in, we won't have the culverts in stock, most likely, if it's a common culvert size like 12-inch. We won't have it in stock to install. And so that would force either us to go buy a more expensive culvert and absorb the cost, or tell the public to go provide a culvert. And they spend it 3 times the cost that it's going to be, and then we install it. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same board and everybody's aware of the situation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? It's a sign of the times.
Well, I assume that absorbing additional cost is out. Is that, I mean, if you're asking us what our opinion is, I'm not in favor of the county absorbing costs, because that means we're asking taxpayers to absorb the cost.
Right.
And I'm certainly not in favor of that. So Zane, whatever that leaves, whether or not they can provide their own up to your specs, and y'all put them in, and then let's wait until the others come in before we take orders. That would, I guess, be my choice.
Okay.
I need a clarification. I'm thinking that when we purchase the culverts, we get them wholesale, and then when we're passing on the cost of the culvert to the citizen, they get the culvert for what we pay with a markup on our labor and equipment added into there. How is that working? Because I was under the impression that we don't pay retail.
You're correct. We solicit bids for material prices, culverts, and once we get the low bid, then that's the price that we pay to obtain a culvert. And then we add onto that an additional cost to cover our labor, equipment, and material that we use to install the culverts. And that's additional that goes on to the bid price of the culvert. And that's the price that we charge the public.
Okay. Under that scenario, is the citizen paying less than if they went to, say, Wilson Culvert and purchased their culvert?
In general, if they had to buy the culvert from the culvert company, they had to provide their own labor and materials to install that culvert. Yes, they would pay more than if they allowed the county to do it.
Okay, let me go back and clarify myself. If they buy the culvert, but we were gonna do the installation, just buying the raw material, buying that culvert at market price, is that more expensive to them than under our scenario where they purchase the culvert and labor from us?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
And especially so with the new culvert prices anticipated.
But if they were in a hurry to get it, they might choose to do that.
That's correct, sir.
If they could get one.
That's correct, sir.
So they can still get one from us at 3 times the new price. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
as long as we're passing on increased cost to the user.
Well, that's correct. I mean, I guess we could go and purchase, right, we'd have to come up with a new price for the current culvert pricing, add on the additional cost for labor, material, and effort, equipment. And yes, we could do it that way.
Yeah.
But we've got, in February sometime, this month, we'll have numbers we've gone out for bid for new culverts. Zane, is that correct? Is what you're saying?
I believe we have. Ken Bass can confirm that. But Ken, can you talk about that?
We have gone out for bid for culverts. And this time we've included our regular old tin horns, and then we've added concrete culverts, and we've added polypropylene culverts. We're just trying to widen the spectrum so that we can have something to put in place. And at this point in time, I couldn't tell you what's more expensive until we get the pricing back, but that's part of the reason we did that.
Sure. I think it's a wise thing to do.
Then I have another question. I remember at some point with those concrete culverts that individuals had purchased in the past, that we were asking people when they started having trouble with those, we were replacing those with metal culverts. For some reason, we didn't want the concrete culverts. So are we having to go back to concrete culverts?
So to answer that question, a little bit of background. Whenever the concrete culverts were used in the past, they really weren't buying a long enough pipe to go all the way across their driveway. They had two short pipes that they tried to put together. And then over time, the two pipes started separating and the dirt started falling in, and then you created a hole between the two, and it just deteriorated. So that was the problem in the past. What I would recommend going forward is that we would have them buy, or we buy, long enough solid piece culverts that go all the way across their driveway, the full 24 or 30-foot length. I believe I answered your question.
You did. Are you putting a preference and I think what I'm hearing you say is because of availability, we may have to go to a concrete or a plastic, and I just say plastic, but I know that it's a little bit more durable. But your number one wish is that they purchase the metal culvert. Am I hearing that right?
That is correct, because our road and bridge crews are very familiar with the methods to install a metal culvert. And we want to continue with that because we anticipate most people don't have the equipment, labor, effort, materials, and know-how to install the culverts. So we anticipate installing the majority of them, and we would want to continue with the metal culverts because that's how our crews know what to install. I don't believe our crews are as familiar with the proper methods for the plastic pipe or the concrete pipe, and those are different methods to install. And it would be good if all the commissioners would approve in the future to their foreman, assistant foreman, and maybe lead operator, culvert installer to get some advanced training on how to install those pipe materials. But they could probably get by doing it, but we would recommend the metal culverts for sure.
Okay. Then I guess, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say, I would veer on the side of the way we currently do it now, where we purchase the culvert and then we add in our labor and equipment, and we know that the cost is going to change because the cost is changing to us. That would be the way I would kind of see it moving forward, if that kind of helps you. I think that's the direction.
It does. I guess and with this discussion, I guess I would ask the Commissioners Court to approve my office the authority to purchase culvert at the current price, and then add on the additional cost for labor, equipment, and materials to install it. And that might change from week to week, depending on culvert availability, until we can get in the new bids at the end of February, early March.
And speaking of that real quickly, we ran into this yesterday because we've got a project coming up that's going to require something different than what we normally use. And our vendor said, if you're lucky by April, most likely, we don't know when it could be delivered now.
Yeah.
So we're about to get into a period of time where I don't know that necessarily we're going to be able to perform. We're going to have to figure out, and I think that's where Zane's coming from. We don't know how long this chain supply issue is going to run, shortage of metal. So do we just tell people no, or do we verse ourselves in a different method and offer that.
People understand things cost more and caused by a lot of reasons, and they still may want, whatever the cost is, they need it because they have a project on the other side of that ditch that needs to be done, and the increased cost of this culvert has little to do with the overall scope of what they're trying to achieve. So I think we need to offer them at our cost, plus, as Zane covered, all the other associated costs that we ought normally put on it, and offer it to them so people can keep doing their projects.
And I totally agree, but what I'm getting at is we may not be able to offer anything in the form of another.
Right.
So what do we do then? Do we look at an alternative method and try and verse ourselves in it so we can?
I know who I'd blame it on, but I don't know who you.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to I think the metal, the polypropylene, I think that's what it was called, plastic.
Polypipe.
And concrete all ought to be looked at as possibilities so we can keep moving forward. What I'm hearing is that when you go to the culvert store, the shelves are empty, Zane.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Now, we can always go to a different store, and that store maybe, most likely would be out of city. It could be out of state. I mean, we want to use local in the city, but if they're out and the public wants a culvert, then we'd have to go outside the city. And then if the shelves are still bare, then we got to go out of state.
Do what we got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just a side note, I do want to thank Zane. You had that training, was it last Tuesday or the Tuesday before last, with those other optional culverts training, and I know some of our guys went. So I guess it was foresight, and we just need to schedule some more of that training.
I have spoken with a representative from one of the POP organizations, and they are more than willing to send a representative to our county to do an on-site training event. And that would just need a little bit more coordination to make that come to fruition. If y'all are interested.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. So, the decision has to be, is what Zane requested, is the authority to be able to try to serve the public, and yet pass cost on is whatever our cost is plus the carrying cost.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll make that form of motion.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose, pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have nothing under item O this week. Under item P, the McLennan County Venue Project. P3 is discussion and or action regarding the dedication monument. I do have an update from Kevin Carr. There were some cost savings in other areas on the dedication monument, so it appears that there'll be no increased cost for the plaques or the installation of those themselves. The only thing that might increase is, I believe the fair had requested the colored panels to be inserted that match the logo of the base, but Kevin was still working on numbers for those. So if we could defer this this time, and hopefully we'll have those by next court session.
I move we defer.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
P4 is regarding the engineering commissioning proposal with Hendricks Consulting Engineers for the HVA system at the base. P4A is authorization of an invoice, and P4B is authorization of another invoice. So back in November of 2020, we approved this proposal with HCE totaling $32,000 for the commissioning of the HVA system at the base. P4A is an invoice totaling $24,000. P4B is an invoice totaling $8,000. That matches that $32,000. And just kind of as a reminder, the commissioning of those systems means it's just verifying that the properly spec units were installed, and then it's startup, testing, and monitoring of those systems. And I'm sure TJ can add some more detail if that is needed.
Okay, any questions for Dustin or TJ? All right, what's the pleasure? Cool.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item Q, McLennan County Radio Tower Project. Q1 is authorization of master agreement and related quote with LumenServe for lighting services for Precinct 4 Tower. Ken?
Yeah, if the court will recall, we chose LumenServe to monitor our lights at Precinct 1 and Precinct 2. Building this new tower, again, we contacted LumenServe, and they will install the lights and will continue to monitor those lights after installation for the new tower being built at Road and Bridge 4. And again, it's just kind of adding this on to what we're already doing.
Okay. Any questions for Ken?
Ken, is this quote comparable to the other sites?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, what's the pleasure, of the court?
Go ahead.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Item Q2 is authorization of right-of-way easement with Heart of Texas Electric Cooperative. This is on the Road and Bridge Precinct 4 Tower as well. And it's a right-of-way easement for the location and construction of one or more electric power lines. And I will say we had Zane and Luke review this. Zane had requested that a map be included. John Strunk is working with Heart of Texas Electric to get that. We don't have it yet, but we don't want to hold the project up. So if it would be possible to approve this pending getting the map and location that meets the engineer specs, that would be great.
Okay, what's the pleasure, of the court?
And it's for $1?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that the best deal we could get?
That's it. Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Is that a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. All right, have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Q3 is regarding the project consultant agreement with Frank Patterson, authorization of invoice payment for consulting fees. Back in September of 2019, we approved the consulting agreement with Frank for the radio interoperability project. That agreement states that the consultant shall be paid a fee of $50 per hour. This invoice actually goes back to the start of the project in September. This will be the first payment to Frank. And after this, we're going to transition to monthly, monthly invoices from Frank. So this invoice totals $26,075. And as I said, it's for services provided from September 2019 through December 30th, 2021.
And then, of course, you and Ken and others have worked closely with Frank in these projects, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve Q3.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And Judge, that's all the action items outside of the ARPA items. I know we do have a few executive sessions today.
Okay. All right. We will come back to those ARPA items at, I believe, 1:31.
1 o'clock, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so in the meantime, we will go into executive session under section 551.074 of the Government Code regarding personnel matters, as well as section 551.087 of the Government Code for economic development. And Dustin, which one do you want to take first, so we'll know who to leave in the executive session?
And Judge, if we could also go in under 551.072 on real property. And I think if we could start on economic development with Chris, and then we can add Anna in under 551.074, and then I can handle the .072.
Okay.
So which one are we doing first, Judge?
Start with 087 economic development.
Okay, all right, okay.
All right. It is 10:39.
Thanks, Patty.
Y'all want to take a break? Thank you. Okay. 11:36, let's call court back into regular session. I'd like to ask the court to go to item E3C. D, E3D for consideration. And I'd like to ask Anna to, is Anna on?
I am.
Okay, thank you. All right, Anna, give us a consideration here that we need to look at.
I just wanted to bring forward to the court for consideration the election administrator position currently held by Jared Goldsmith. Just wanted to bring some details to light. It has been a year now that Jared has taken the position as of January 11th. So it's been a 1-year anniversary, and his current salary is $77,250, which is his starting salary with just the 3% cost of living adjustment applied. And so I wanted to bring that salary to your attention and give the court an opportunity to review that, since he has now been in the position for a little over a year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I think Jared's done a good job. He's done a lot of work for us and had to, kind of came in the middle of doing research on new voting equipment and also going through some election cycles and some recommendations to the court. I think he's been able to do that very efficiently. Admire him for not, for really being careful about not stepping in political traps that are out there. So, you know, I'm very satisfied. He's met or exceeded my expectations. Any other thoughts or comments?
I agree.
I think he's done a wonderful job. What's the budgeted max on his position?
The budgeted maximum for that position is $101,446.
Judge, would a motion be appropriate?
Yes, sir.
If I may, in reference to agenda item E3D, my motion would be that the salary of the election administrator be moved to $85,000 beginning at the next pay period of February the 7th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right. Okay, we will have a work session that begins at 1 p.m. today. There's several items to consider, primarily under ARPA discussions, and there are a few action items in there as well. So it is currently 11:39, and we recess till 1 o'clock.
Oh, I missed that part, okay.
Yeah, well, he didn't, but.
Recording in progress.
So that's why, but at wind chill, yes.
Okay.
Like -3. I think.
That's cold.
Hey, but after last year, we're seasoned.
Piece of cake.
We're old hats at
Piece
this.
of cake. I gotta go out and buy one of those new pickups. I can just plug it into my house.
Used to you plug your house into the pickup, now you plug your
Isn't that
pickup into the
amazing?
house or
Isn't that
vice
amazing?
versa.
Light the whole house up, the whole block, Christmas lights, everything.
Okay, it's 1 PM. Let's call court back in session. All right, Dustin, we have Tom Ray here, and he's handed out a tremendous amount of material. And so, Tom, if you want to come forward and, Dustin, is that how you want to do it, or?
Sure, Judge. Yes, sir. So this will be under item L1 regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury, Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, and American Rescue Plan Act. And so this will be part of our ARPA work session. And then we do have several action items under this as well. But Judge, Tom would be a great place to start.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Although a tremendous amount here, it's mostly background and some updates for you. So, Aaron, see, you may have seen some of this, but wanted to make sure you had the latest coming out of Treasury on ARPA. So, have we got the slideshow? We can go through it, everybody's got a copy, but did IT put it up?
Who'd you send it to?
I think I just sent it to you. But we can go through, while she's doing that, we can go through.
Okay,
This is the,
and so Reagan, if you'll get it to Dustin, he can share the screen.
yeah. And I'm going to skip through some of this. I put it in as a handout so you can refer to it later.
Okay.
First slide that we have is just a review slide to talk about what's been done to date, and it's trying to identify and confirm what are the allowable uses. Some of that has changed. It's actually broadened with the final rule from Treasury. We did send out questionnaires to each of the entities that requested ARPA funding. We most recently confirmed the best available information on water rates. So you'd have some understanding of how much the different water providers that requested ARPA funds are charging for their water. Plus, when was the last time they did a rate increase? I did contact all of the requesting entities, either by phone, either talked to them on the phone, sent them an email, and did some exchange in terms of email, particularly on the water rates. Next thing that's there, should have numbered these pages, I apologize, but actually, the third page is the steps that have been taken. Those are shaded out, but you can still read those, I believe. The allowable uses, the request came in, and then we sent them a questionnaire to fill out, each of the requesting entities. Since that date, and actually since our last discussion, which was December. Again, final ARPA rule has come out. It does confirm the eligibility of the projects that have been submitted. Particularly, we'll talk about one of those. City of Mart had a request to look at their, to do a dam study of the dam for the little lake. And that is specifically added. Not Mart, but dam repair, dam integrity is now an eligible use. Got the best information on the water rates, contacted the entities and prepared for today's workshop. Made all these handouts. So the first handout that you've got there is from the final guidance or regulation, and this is information provided, summary information provided on water and sewer projects. So the infrastructure projects we're looking at fall in those two categories, and just some general information that, you know, we don't need to go into detail and give you that to look at, but also to tell you that we're in good shape in terms of the projects that have been requested for infrastructure funding. Oh, there we go. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, go back one. I wanted to point out over in the blue. Can you go back? Yeah. There is the front page off of the ARPA final guidance. So that's what I look for. Paying particular attention to the water and sewer categories, as well as some additional funding opportunities. Those additional funding opportunities in handout 2 is all of the water and sewer infrastructure projects categories that are eligible. And recall that projects that fall within either the drinking water SRF, State Revolving Fund, or the clean water SRF. Clean water is actually the wastewater projects or sewer projects. And those are listed there on the front page. On the second page are some additional eligibility projects, and wanted to specifically point out, and I think we can go on down one more. Okay, so these are the water projects. Yeah, next one, clean water projects. These are the drinking water project categories. Next one. Okay, these are the additional eligible projects, and the one to pay that's important to us is the third bullet on the left. It says dam and reservoir rehab. That's the city of Mart is looking at their dam integrity and would be eligible under that category. So it's opportune. All right. Let's see. There's some other information there that you may want to look at, but I think that was the main thing, is to be able to have some confidence in the projects being eligible that have been submitted.
Question I have real quick, and this will probably relate to Judge and Dustin. Number 1, on the left side, culvert repair, resizing and removal, replacement of storm sewers and additional types of stormwater infrastructure. Is there any chance that low water crossings would qualify under that?
There is a chance of that. I don't, are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yes. You probably don't. Yes, I am. No.
Yeah, culvert repair oftentimes has to do with that. So I think there is an opportunity for that kind of project to be eligible. I think if there are projects, we certainly need to get those submitted, you know, if you have projects in your precinct.
Are you talking about county projects? Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah, and so I guess, and we've got a spreadsheet that,
And I wasn't trying to steal thunder from your, but first time I've seen that.
Watch your
Right.
eye.
So
Well,
we can
it's the
add-
first time we've seen it. This is new, fairly new.
Yeah.
Or it's more clarification. I think some entities were more.
so any of the commissioners that have those kind of projects, we need to get them on the list and what the estimated cost is.
I can send you the questionnaire we used to
Yes, sir. That'd be
get them into the
fantastic.
mix.
remember though that we have the infrastructure grant coming too.
True.
But we don't know how much we'll get out of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Next slide. They do define what would be considered necessary. I think, certainly the MART project can check this box. And the last paragraph there is kind of a general guidance. I think the county is doing a good job of sticking to standards and has its methods for ensuring that the projects adhere to labor standards as well as construction standards. Okay.
Tom, I haven't heard you say anything about the arsenic reduction projects. And that's one thing that I think a lot of people are really looking at, especially in the Riesel area. That's a big time project to try to get the arsenic out of the drinking water.
Right. We, Mike will look at a couple of slides down is the spreadsheet update. And first three projects on there are arsenic related, including Riesel.
Yeah, those are, well, Axtell, Riesel, they're not all on the sheet that I'm looking at.
What sheet, Tom, are you talking about?
Well, there's a slide in there that's under water rate, so.
There it is, arsenic impacted. Is that what you're
Yes.
talking about, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There's Axtell, City of Riesel, and then Leroy Tours, LTG.
Riesel, Axtell, Prairie Hill, WSC, Leroy Tools, yeah. Is that three different water corporations then?
It is.
Okay.
The way this final guidance reads is that communities, counties can contribute to projects. So we do not, if you supported the arsenic projects, you could support with an amount of funding. You wouldn't have to put $5 million in to, complete a project, is what I'm saying.
Right.
But you would still need to be able to complete the project within the ARPA deadlines.
Right.
Right.
So let's say that we did that. Would we do that contingent upon the water corporation having additional funding available that we know the project could be performed in the, 2025,
And Mike would draw up an agreement that would say, here's the requirements for you to get this money, which means that you have to go to the Water Development Board for part of it, and increase rates is another part, and then take this money as the third part. All those would have to happen before we issued that money out.
Right.
And one thing that we talked about too is because these water corporations are different sizes and those kind of things, that we would, if we made a decision, maybe one suggestion would be the court consider making it based on a per meter basis. That way, a small company got the same dollar coverage per meter as a larger company, and I'm talking about companies that have arsenic issues and are trying to resolve them.
Right.
So,
and then I guess we would need to put a timeline on that, so in the event they didn't come up with the funds, we could
Yeah.
repurpose that money.
yeah, they'd have to, because we've got our deadlines, and Mike's focusing on that as well, so.
Are any of these?
And I can give you an idea of, like on Riesel, they have got their Texas Water Development Board money. But what's happened is they're probably gonna have to, stretch lines a lot farther to get alluvium water to mix than they originally estimated. So, even if you have the Water Development Board money, that's no guarantee that you're gonna end up not upside down.
And they haven't made arrangements to source that alluvial water either. In other words, with a property owner or somebody that had alluvial on there, that they would want to allow facilities to be built to collect that water. So makes it a little bit harder to.
It may be challenging, even though that 2026 seems a long way away.
And it's not, is it?
It's not a long ways away. I think, Mike, I don't know, but maybe we can visit with Treasury and see how stringent that is. I mean, do you have to have the water flowing by 2026, or can you either have a schedule that you're committed to complete, or maybe another option might be to compartmentalize the project. In other words, you take one component of the project and you do that part. Would that be allowable under these rules?
I think we get the project done in the time. I mean, unfortunately, you started with a great idea and working backwards, and probably should have started with get the water and then work forwards.
Well, you've got a point there, yes.
And
So,
I think
go ahead,
there's,
Francis.
there are some things that pop up in multiple places in the final rule and then in the compliance reporting guidance that we use for the quarterlies. And it talks about, that project costs, covered by the award funds incurred by the recipient. Excuse me. I just saw it and I lost it. It was something that lent itself to that the recipient had to expend those funds on the project by the last date. I don't know if that's answering y'all's question, what y'all are talking about.
Well, I think it's pertinent to the question. I think we can certainly find ways to invest some money in the project prior to the deadline.
I thought this
And-
was interesting too. It said recipients may use, and this is specific to water, sewer, broadband. Recipients may use the funds to cover costs incurred for projects planned or started prior to March 3rd, 2021, provided that the project costs covered by the grant were incurred by the recipient after March 3rd, 2021. So I think on your schedule, it looked like some of them had already been started. Is that, or is that not?
It can't reimburse, but it
It
can
can't
go.
reimburse, but it could, yeah, just some of it.
Yeah, that's a good point, good point.
And Tom, I've been on several webinars where it does talk about breaking projects out into components and having those parts completed. So that should be allowable.
That'll be a challenge in and of itself, to try to break these out
Yeah.
fairly. I mean, we've got a method meters to distribute a source of funding on the arsenic projects, but, then we have to, if we need to, break those out into component parts so we can get them finished. That may make it more challenging. Because each of the arsenic projects, the three projects are similar, but they're different, so, but we can look at that and get them on the same scale and the same components relative to their investment, so. We'll work on that if it needs to be worked on, so let's see if that becomes a challenge.
Tom?
Yeah.
On the page that deals with draft for review only, where it's broken out arsenic impacted generators included and so forth. You have some completion stages up there at the top that have just initials. Can you maybe tell me what is that planning and engineer, or is that, what is, like, where the X's are in the square?
Right.
What is P and E and CE and,
I didn't leave the legend on that.
well, I may have missed it. It may be in there somewhere.
Yeah, let's see. C is conceptual. It's, not really a project that's been identified or
Okay.
costed, that kind of thing.
Okay.
P and E has to do with preliminary engineering. CE is, I believe, cost estimate has been done.
Okay.
And then D, P, and S is design and is actually the design preparation of plans and specs. F is funding. The CONS, the cons, is construction. So that kind of gives you an idea of where they sit. I
So-
did mark that Riesel has some funding.
Okay, that was my next question then. Some of these already have funding evidently? Like Leroy Tours, Gerald, LTG, you show X and F?
Apparently, they do have
They do
funds
have-
committed.
Through the Water Development Board, I
Through the
think the
Water
same thing, and I don't see EOL, water supply on here. It may be left out, but they generally are with the Axtell Prairie Hill group. It's in there, but I know, from what I understand, and that's why we need to get their engineers talking to us, is that they, Water Development Board, they got a preliminarily approved to be able to extend water lines from City of Waco to their well sites where they would put blending plants in, blending tanks in to reduce the amount of arsenic by adding water that didn't have arsenic in it to it.
So you're saying they already have the funding to extend those lines there?
Well, some of them have got the funding but haven't done the project. No, they've got commitments, not funding. The money's not in the bank.
Right, but they do have access to it.
And I need to get more clarification on that.
Okay, I just dropped out EOL, so we'll get that back in there.
So, one more piece of maybe information is to have contact information on each one of these entities and their engineers. Because many times the engineer can get us right answer that we need.
I guess the other question I'd have, Tom, on the current water rates.
Yes?
You have a base rate for all these different entities, and they're all pretty much different. Explain base rate. That's a minimum charge regardless of how much water you use.
Typically, yes.
Okay.
I think that's the
And then the
decent order.
volumetric rate, dollars per gallon.
Right.
Are you saying $2.75 for every gallon, or every gallon used, or per every?
Per thousand.
1,000 gallons.
Thousand.
So you have to multiply that out to figure out whatever one, because that's hard to compare apples and apples when they all got different volumetric rates. I'd be curious to know what, if someone used 5,000 gallons in a month, what are they paying? So that there's some standard there, because you're talking about per 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 4,000, 2,000. Or maybe I'm looking at it wrong.
No, what I did is, let's see.
So let's just use the example of Axtell at the first one. There, and somebody uses, let's say, 1,000 gallons. Is their cost gonna be $47.75?
Right.
It'd be the base rate plus that amount
Right.
of used. And the next would be $19.24 plus $5.76 for
Right, up to the use of 2,000 gallons, and then most of these are inverted, so the rate over, in Axel's case, I don't have the,
So you're saying the city of Mart would, somebody used 10,000 gallons would pay $15.29 total?
Yeah, that's a low base rate.
Is that right, Mike?
Yeah, it seems like a low base rate. I don't know if that's right.
Mart, I think, I talked to the engineer on that one, and she is, they had been talking to Mart about changing their rates. No, that was Riesel, I apologize. But, some of these rates haven't been changed in a while. Yeah, I show that on one of our breakouts. But yes, that's,
I think Lorena just increased theirs. I don't know if that's still correct or not, that 1924.
There's a lot of water districts, municipalities doing rate studies right now. I know Robinson's looking at their rates on sewer and all of that, buy their water from Waco, so.
I know on Riesel, there's a tiered increase waiting on the project. We also serve Myers Settlement, and so we're not gonna do the tiered increase until we have the water available. And, or we start having to pay on the debt.
You know, and I guess maybe one of the ways so we can kind of move is try to approve concepts of what we would approve. And so, an example would be do we feel like we would, the court would support some kind of funding towards help the water systems that have arsenic issues, resolve those issues in a fair way?
I definitely think that's important. Yeah,
So,
I would.
so that's a yes, so we know we can keep working on it here. Now, in regards to these rates, do we need to, so tell me why we would need to worry about these rates if we're gonna be funding this amount no matter what. Now, I'll tell you where we would think about rates, is where they're asking for generators and things like that. And they would have an opportunity to move that rate up and cover, go out and acquire some debt, and, leverage their assets or whatever they have to do that. And then, they would need to modify their rates to cover their debt service and operating expenses. Those things, that's where from an arsenic standpoint, I don't know that we need to worry about the rates. I mean, does anybody disagree with that?
I think that's a good concept, and looking at the rates, it appears that most of them are, I need to do the multiplication to figure out. I had expressed this before, that I don't have an interest in subsidizing somebody who has arbitrarily kept the rates low over a number of years and not built up any money to be able to do anything to help themselves.
Yeah.
And so, but that doesn't appear to be the case looking.
I doubt it. Most of them, in fact, there's all kind of things hoops they have to jump through to modify rates, through the Public Utility Commission.
Right.
That's to approve it. And so, what they're trying to do is balance, they're trying to balance to cover their cost and anticipate, future repairs and maintenance. But other than that, because they're a cooperative, they're not gonna raise them any higher than it takes to cover their debt and cover their operating. In fact, if at a board meeting, if the public came there and saw they're sitting on a bunch of cash and don't have a plan for it, they're gonna raise Cain. Why are we funding a big nest egg there when there's not a plan? So I think they get kind of self-regulated by the users as well as the Public Utility Commission.
Yeah, there's a principle that, it's gotta be, the rates have to pay for cost.
Yeah.
So, beneficial cost.
Yeah.
And I think I misspoke. You were asking on these, minimum use. There's a volumetric rate. You see that, third column.
Right.
If you look at Axtell, it's $2.75. I didn't need to put per. It is actually the minimum of $2.75 per gallon up to 1,000 gallons. So you can see it gets to be, a significant amount.
Say that again?
No, that can't be right.
That can't be right.
It's at $2.75 for every 1,000 gallons,
Yeah.
not per gallon. So,
How far?
Yeah, that's per 1,000 gallons.
yeah,
So like I said, their rate minimum would be $47.75.
Right.
And for Lorena, at 1,000 gallons, it would be $19.24 plus $5.75. Is that right? $5.76. And
Be 10 something. 'cause
and
you-
Mart would be
Yeah.
$12.92 plus $2.37. So I mean, that's how you figure that, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah. Is that right? 10,000 gallons on Mart, they have their base rate covers. Or is that a low end? Do they charge another rate on over 10,000 gallons?
Yes, all these rates, Mike, are different in terms of where the tiers are. That minimum use is the first tier. So if you use, I think in all of these, if you use more than that minimum, then you're charged a different rate, different volumetric rate.
I'm sure.
you take Axtell at, their base rate's $45, and based on $2.75 per 1,000 gallons, they get, for that base rate, they get 16,363 gallons on that base rate. If they go over that, for every 1,000 gallons, they pay $2.75 additionally on top of the base rate.
How far into the weeds do we want to get?
Well, that's what my
These-
point was a while ago. I don't know why we're.
Right, because
about the
to
rates.
me, I don't want to get involved in telling them your rates are too low. So I think I would like to see us do is identify the projects, the amount requested, and then let's debate a percentage that we would be willing to offer them to complete their project. And not necessarily based off of their water consumption and have you been putting rainy day funds back? Let's just find a percentage that we would be comfortable
Okay.
in allotting to these.
And so,
requests.
one way I'm thinking to do that is say, all right, out of all this money we have, how much do we want to dedicate to the arsenic problem in eastern McLennan County and Bristol? And let's just use $1 million. So we take all the meters and all those ones that are affected by arsenic, and we divide the number of meters into that $1 million, and we allocate that many dollars to those water supply corporations and cities, and we'll give it to them when they present their plan on how they're gonna do it, and then how we fund it. That we fund it knowing that the project's gonna happen and all that.
By per meter.
Yeah, so I think we focus on how much we want to dedicate to that. And so it'd be like budget, where Francis says, okay, right now, we're gonna put X amount of dollars over here for COLA, but we're gonna do some studying and check it out. And then she's got this spreadsheet running that balances out all the additional tax revenue money we're gonna spend. And we can move it around before we adopt the final decision. So we take all the water situations that have to do with solving arson, and we put that in one pot. The next is what do we want to do on these other issues that have nothing to do with water, but have to do with dam safety and those things. How much are we going to put in that? So you add March, 77,000. You take, if we're going to contribute, what was there might be another one or two, and then there's the low water crossing piece of it, and we start putting dollars in each one of those buckets. And, you know, as we see we're short over here, we're long over here, we move it. It's just a working process where we use an active spreadsheet to get to the final number. Otherwise, we could.
I just don't want us to get bogged down in the,
Yeah.
in the minutia.
Now, to me, water rates, there might be a reason that we come up with, but, you know, right now, like for generators for all those companies, those are for storm protection, all that. To me, they need to go out and get financing. They need to go to their rate people, their public and say, here's notice, you know, we're gonna have to buy these generators, so your water's not shut off during the cold time, and it's gonna cost you $1.50 more on your water bill. And they get back into the number, and we're out of that. We don't do that.
And those generators are required, aren't they? Weren't they put under notice that they had
Yes.
to do those?
Yeah.
Yes, they're now required.
Okay.
So the total request for all these is $16.3 million. Is that roughly right?
What did you say? That's good.
I added them up. I added up the cost of all these. How many projects are there? 1, 2, 3.
Does that include Lorena?
No, they don't have an
No,
amount.
Lorena hasn't sent a dollar amount yet.
No, I don't see Lorena on here. So there's 10 projects.
They just got a brand new city manager over there, so they might be running behind a little bit.
Yeah. So how many of those projects are arsenic? So let's take all the ones that have arsenic issues and add them up.
Well, are we saying LTG is 5.5 million, just LTG? Or is that the total of all those up there?
No, that was LTG's.
Just LTG?
Yeah,
That was the request.
right.
But,
6.8 million.
Yeah.
so, we're not gonna give them 6.8 million. We're not gonna dedicate that much to this. I'm just saying this out loud.
How many?
I'm trying to think about this, but you take $6.8 million, say, no, we're not gonna do that. Well, how much will you do? We'll do 2 million. So then go in there and take all the meters and all those arsenic affected deals, divide the meters into the $2 million and put Mike to work on starting.
And that's what each
agreements.
entity would get based
Yeah.
off the number of meters.
Yeah, and
It's,
we can't meet all of the, they have different needs, and some of them didn't calculate them right. Anyway, some of them underestimated. You know, some put way more. So I think we just come up with an amount we're comfortable with that we can give per meter. I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm
No,
trying to
that's kind of where I was headed with this, because we could get so involved in asking for all these details that at the end may not even be useful to us.
Yeah,
And we've wasted all this time on a project.
yeah.
So I agree.
Right. I think, you know, we need to get moving because although those deadlines seem far away now, they're going to creep up awful fast.
That's right. Okay, so, we'll identify all the ones that have arsenic issues. And,
You said 1 million, then you said 2 million or what?
well, I was just throwing out a number. You can put a number in. Anybody, we just need to come to a consensus of how much we want to dedicate. And we can put a placeholder in there, but I'd say the placeholder would need to be
Let's go
$1
ahead.
million or 2
Yeah,
million.
let's go ahead, so they have an idea what they're working with, because theoretically, someone could come back and say, well, that's not gonna be enough, so we're just gonna give it back, and.
Well, they won't ever get it.
Yeah, they
we
won't ever
get
get it, but it's money that can be allocated somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
That's what we're saying. There's got to be a deadline so we can repurpose
Yeah.
any of these funds.
So,
All right, so if I take $1 million, take the meters in those 3 systems, and come up with an allocation that way?
Yes, sir.
That's
And
a starting point for.
You said it was 4, because you said there was one missing, EOL or somebody like that? Did you say?
Yeah. check on it and be,
Would it be elk?
yeah, Elk Oak Lake Water, they're connected to Axtell. They're actually
Oh, they're part of Axtell?
plumbed in.
Okay.
No, they're not part of, it's a funny deal, but there's two different, companies, and there was an independent water company that went broke, that was right between them. And Axtell and Elk both push water over there, and so therefore they're plumbed in to push water back and forth between the two deals, but they both have arsenic issues.
Here's my last question, then I promise I'll shut up till my next one.
I bet 100 that's not right.
I'll sit till my next one. Are any of these have water meters outside McLennan County? And are we only gonna talk about McLennan County?
That
water
Leroy Tours Gerald
Byron.
does, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think what we decided early on that is to cut those water meters out. They're not gonna get funding from us for those meters outside McLennan County.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Prairie Hill's got some outside of McLennan County.
Yeah, they would, so it would only be meters inside. Is everybody good with that? Meters only in McLennan County.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just on a note, though, Prairie Hill's only asking for 270,000.
Well, if we end up with just $1 million, they probably won't even get that much. But there again, it's based on, I mean, the cost for them to put in a blending plant is gonna be the same as the cost of Axtell or others, I would think. I don't know what would, an engineer would have to tell us that, but wouldn't it be pretty much a similar deal? And we're not, and I don't think we're interested in doing other forms of arsenic mitigation other than blending.
Blending.
There's only one group that said they wanted to use this reverse osmosis or whatever it was, but it won't work.
I haven't seen one of those work yet.
Well, it won't work because of the iron in the water, and you have to get it out first and then get the,
You've got two treatment
yeah,
processes.
you have two processes, and they're,
One approach to this, and the way I broke it down was based on the McLennan County water planning that we did. And we had a breakout plan for the arsenic areas that we did. And so I think I showed this at the last,
right.
in our last meeting. But RMS, City of Riesel was one of the groups, and their total project, now this was an estimate made in 2018 or even 2017, so it's going to be low, but the estimate for blending water from the city of Waco was 4.7 million. And then there was a group, the Axtell, EOL, Moore, the water system you were referring to, Judge, and Prairie Hill was 7.7 million.
Right.
And then LTG, Leroy Tours Gerald, was 2.4 million. So using that is how I identified the different projects. I mean, we could take this one step deeper, one step more complicated, and look at the cost to serve those areas is going to be different by area, right?
Right.
So the more pipes involved, or storage, or whatever, then their cost is going to go up. Whether or not, you want to use the same meter cost for all these areas, that might be the most straightforward way to do it, rather than trying to identify a factor that would put all these systems on, regardless of how far they are from the Waco water.
Yeah.
Put them on the same.
Well, one interesting thing, when we started, the landfill out at Axtell area was not all the way in the plan are approved. Now they're gonna have to get water out there. And I know they're running water down 8431 before it splits to the BSR Water Park. And they're running it at their own cost, at city's cost. And I asked BSR if they were paying for any of the, said no, they just had to buy the water at standard rate. So I think the city, of course, I understand, I'd probably do the same thing. But the way they extend a lot of infrastructure is by companies or entities coming in and they're paying for part of that to get it to themselves, which benefits the municipality because it's getting more, able to distribute more resources out in those areas through that utility. And so now, I don't know if we go back in and help negotiate, in other words, work on arsenic with these water companies by the meter, but yet come over here and work with the city of Waco about how we can get them to pay as much as we can get them to pay, and then if, it may be that we have to bridge some of that gap. One other benefit that happens, and I know that's why they ran water out there to BSR on their own, is because there's a potential of development. Development can't happen without the utilities necessary to make it happen. So we will get a benefit of our.
So are they sending water to Axtell, or, I mean, I don't quite,
If you look at, if you look on a map, follow 84, 31, it splits off. I think the line
Right.
stays on 31 side. It goes out to County Line Road, and that's where the landfill is. So they need to get water out at the landfill. And they can't use the groundwater that's out there, very much of it. And so, because they would need a large amount of water. So, but, people that, little areas that can be developed and all, that's gonna grow the tax base, whether you like growth in the country or not. So you do get some benefit back from that, but.
So are we still on track to do it by meter then? Certainly just to determine what amount of money we want to give to arsenic? Is that where we are?
That's where I'm pitching it, and if somebody's got a better idea.
No, that's a good start.
And then, I think it's gonna take several $1 million to be in that pot to do any good.
I think it would be worthwhile to put a dollar amount in there and then let Tom tell us how that
Works.
tracks out to each of these entities based on the number of meters, and then if we need to make adjustments, we can make adjustments.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can certainly do that. That's using 1 million
Well,
as a
yeah,
starting point.
put it in there, yeah,
And I could see it requiring more than that.
I think it will too.
Definitely, I
You
think.
want to go ahead and put it 1.5 and start?
I put.
well, there's 6.8 in requests just
So-
on
so
this spreadsheet.
A
so.
third would be 2 point what,
Put in 2 billion.
and I think a third of the project,
2.25, 2.27.
Okay, put 2.2 in there,
2.2.
yeah,
All right.
round it off 2.2.
And what Dustin and I'll be able to do is create a new spending plan and sheet that has all this in it and what we're proposing to spend where and that sort of stuff.
Okay. And also on this list are things that aren't arsenic related, like the Mart,
$10 million,
the Mart.
$9 million.
The Mart Dam is one of those things.
Yeah,
but
and
it's-
y'all may recall the request there was to, now Commissioner, the 77,000 didn't fix the dam, did it? Wasn't that the engineering
study.
report?
I think that's just the study.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
But-
just-
It's half of the study.
yeah, half of it. So, but that's a water supply to a population that's critical. that water supply be there. And the additional benefit is because of the expansion of March, developing their water, both groundwater and looking at Waco water and other options too, is without this main source of water at Mart Lake, then everything's in trouble. So I think it would easily.
Well, I still think you're getting into a situation where you're just kind of picking and choosing. We're not,
Right.
there's no sort of formula.
And I think.
Well, this wasn't gonna be the
like we
only one I
just-
picked.
Like, so,
Is the 77,000, is that 100% of the cost of the project, or is that what they're wanting us to contribute, or how do we know?
That's half of the project. I think if you kind of think back when they came and made the presentation, I think it's $158,000 study, and I don't have my folder with me. They received, a state agency gave them 50% of it, and they came and asked us to consider the other 50% of it. It's a requirement on them to get the damn study by the state agency. They want to make sure that they're not in any jeopardy of that dam, failing. I don't even want to say that, but it's a requirement on them to get the study.
I'm just I think where Commissioner Jones is headed is where I'm headed, is that if we fund 100% of this project, but only 30% of this project, we're gonna end up getting in some situations that I wouldn't be comfortable in. And so I think we need.
Well, and we have a situation where we funded Mart big time. I mean, for the roads and their lines and stuff. And, there's some of these communities that haven't got any of that type of funding.
But just as a reminder, the funding to Mart on their road project, that was a partnership when they received that $17 million from the United States Department of Agriculture. And so I don't want us to look at the ARPA funding cycle and then put in because they had that project about, 3 years ago.
But you remember at the time, we said, if we do this for one, we gotta do it for everybody. And I'm just giving you a heads up, there could be some sizable requests coming based off of that.
No, you're right. You're right. But if we're going to put down all the past historic projects that we have done for communities over time, then it'll be more on that list than Mart. And I understand why they would come up. But I also, because I understand what Commissioner Jones is saying, I thought that that's what we were going to get going into the work session. I thought we were going to get a prioritized list of projects based on the consultants that kind of gave us a direction to go in when we started funding and discussing these water projects. So I'm like, Will, I thought we were going to kind of get a roadmap, because what we have is a landscape, but we don't really have a roadmap on what direction to go in to start allocating funding. And not disparaging.
Well, no. I think, Commissioner, yes, you need that roadmap, but you've got to start, it's, in my opinion, going to be an iterative process. And, I think one of the biggest steps forward is to look at how you want to handle the arsenic situation. Okay, if you put a significant amount of money into arsenic, then how does that look in terms of helping each of the three entities that are involved with that?
That's true.
And then you have a comparable where you can look at Mart and see, well, we're putting in this amount, but, we're putting in 4 times that amount over here under an arsenic. You've got to see all these numbers to be able to say, well, that didn't look right. And unfortunately, as far as I can tell, unless we can identify a clear metric that we think is going to be a fair distribution, it's going to take the commissioners looking at this and adjusting to what is right for the county and what is right for, making a balance of the funds we have available to stretch them and provide the best overall benefit to the county. And I think you have to do that one piece at a time. And you got a big piece here in terms of, I think we're going to get there. But your expectation is a little early on me. I mean, I could have done that, but then you would have had my opinion, which, you know.
It's the court's opinion. Commissioner Jones?
Do we know how many accounts or water meters or people that are served by all of the rural water systems in the county?
Yes, sir.
And on these ones that have requested the funding?
Yes, they will provide that. And it's
Okay,
actually public.
but we don't have it right now today then.
We have some of that, but
Yeah.
Okay.
we need to break out another list of those, update that list.
Well, so here's where I am. Either we fund all these 16.2 million, you know, just here's your check and get it done within our parameters by 2026. Is that correct? Or get it done, or, you know, we're coming back after it. That would be or some sort of formula per, unless something's just completely not right, you know, unless there's some, you know, unless somebody wrote something on a napkin and handed it to, you know, hey, we need this much, you know, but if it looks right, then we fund it. Or we do some sort of formula.
We didn't let you finish.
Doesn't matter.
Sorry. You were giving us your list.
I think you gotta take them one at a time and decide whether you have any interest in them, in doing it. Set them over here, make some kind of initial allocation. If you don't want it, kick it off the list. To me, there's some of these requests that, two entities that have, similar amount of meters, and one's got $575,000 request, and the other one's got a $200,000 request. You know, so what made that happen? You know, so the cost of fixing arsenic, they base their application on something else, not on anything else. And you know, if y'all want to dig in and look at each one of these applications, we can sure do that.
Why is Ross wanting to connect to the Waco water? There's an arsenic question? They've got
Probably, I think on Ross too is be sure they've got an adequate amount of water.
Okay,
If their
'cause
groundwater, they may not have.
And the water line is just right over, I mean, there's a water line just there. I mean, it's not far.
Yeah.
The one that's going to west,
See, I'd
so.
almost be willing to include them in that first group of arsenic impacted, because they're wanting to connect also to Waco water, as are these others. There's maybe a different reason, but the fact of the matter remains, they want to connect to Waco water like these others do.
Well, you're gonna find out that there's different reasons to connect water. So what I was trying to do is separate those reasons. One is arsenic. There's a significant threat to those communities that have arsenic issues that was no fault of theirs. EPA is fact, if they would have stuck by what they first said, they would have shut those water systems down, which they can't do. I mean, I just don't see them doing it, but, you know, crazier things have happened. And so, you know, we told them that as long as we're working on a plan to get funding, that, you know, if y'all can hold off, it's not gonna be fixed overnight. And so that's one reason. It's got an urgency a little bit different than Ross, who may not have an arsenic issue, that just needs more water for development, and I understand that too. So there's gonna be several of those, so put them in another category. And, you know, one's gonna be close to, like Commissioner Jones said, gonna be close to where they connect to the plumbing. And another one's gonna be a long way off. You know, it's gonna
Like
be
Leroy,
4 or 5.
like Leroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Leroy, Axtell, all of them. And so that's why I was trying to break them out into categories. And then you have things, I just started on it before, of course, shut off on it, but the city of Marksdale is completely different again. So there's several others like that want money for different reasons. So you got to put it in. There's no way you can equally fund these when they have different reasons for funding.
That's what I need help with.
Yeah.
Is what does the commissioners want to do in terms of buckets of money for the different types of projects? Maybe we can keep it down to 2 or 3, and then, you know, how do we allocate to those 2 or 3 different ones? I mean, I think we've got a handle on the arsenic in terms of using meters and an estimate that we can contribute to a very expensive arsenic solution at a cost that's going to exceed what's available from the county's ARPA funding. But then what do we do about the special cases, the MARTs and the others? How do we handle those? If, you know, you can fund up to the full amount, or, you know, allocate some amount like you did with the arsenic to each of those, recognizing the benefit to the county of those projects.
Did I hear you correctly, Commissioner, say that half of that, it's more in the line of 150-something thousand?
It is
And
150.
and they got a grant already for half of it from the state?
Yes,
So they're asking for the other half from the county,
yes.
and the city's not putting in anything?
The city is putting in the water, they're running the lines
Yeah, but they're not putting anything on the study, is what I'm saying.
on this.
They got half of it from the state, and they want the other half from the county.
I'm not sure it all came from the state, the other half, but if
I gotta
Commissioner Miller
look.
recalls that, I think she'd know better than I would. But, so,
I'll
Re-
look on their questionnaire and see, but
Okay, yeah.
I don't recall that.
so I was hoping to put these groups of requests together, and then we can go in and say, well, look, I don't think it's fair for us to put half the money in, the state put the other half, and then the next one's, I think that once we get them in the groups, how are we gonna treat those groups? And then the other thing is, I don't agree that we go in here and fund all of these at their request.
No.
There's gonna be, some of these are overstated requests.
There you go. That's
And
what I-
so we're taking it away from a need somewhere else if we just fund it without doing it. It's gonna take some work, folks. We can't just grab it out of our back pocket.
So
And the clock's ticking too.
So, Tom, how would you help us identify the next bucket?
The next bucket.
We've got the arsenic bucket.
Oh,
okay?
I see what you're saying.
So help us,
Well, let's look at that in terms of, you know, are there water connections, or there's a pretty big sewer connection in here too,
Yes, there is. Big.
which is totally eligible, so, and.
Are they under
supposedly
any
have-
mandate?
Yes.
It's Elmont,
Are they under a
Yes.
mandate?
under a mandate. I don't know if they're
From the
viewed
state?
by enforcement or
At
something.
one time they were, you know, since I've been in office, they were told by TCEQ to get it up to specs. It wasn't up to TCEQ specifications. I know that.
Do they have ponds? Is that what they're doing now? Or they have sewer ponds? Is that what they're using right now? Surface?
I don't know, I doubt it, but I can check all that. I need to look in
They have a plant.
records on Elmont. I'm not sure what they've,
I've got
they
an
must
answer
have a
for,
failing system anyway.
I've got an answer for Commissioner Smith.
Okay.
It appears that when they submitted this to us back in July, that they were told that they needed to do a comprehensive hydrological study, an analysis of their emergency action plan. and cost estimates. The study is $155,000, and the Texas Water Development Board has awarded them to cover half of that cost, and the remaining balance of $77,500. And they're asking the county to grant them some support. And they have not said that what we put in there is the $77,000. They're not coming to the county saying they don't want to do anything. They got half from the state, but they're saying they're asking for consideration and assistance with the balance that they have after the grant's been applied to it.
Okay, that answered my question. Thank you.
So to follow up on Commissioner Perry's comment, what's similar to the MART deal? Is there other requests that are similar? Dustin, do you know of any? You know, you got the water study over there on the Soil Conservation, Tawakoni Watershed Corporation, had a request for a baseline study of that flood control lake before the landfill's put in, and so they can compare it in case it's damaged, something happens later on, and they can show the extent of damage, which City of Waco supported it. They said, we're fine with that.
Didn't we put some money in for that?
No, they have a request for us to help out.
I thought we already.
We set an interest when they did come, the doctor, when he came.
Yeah.
And they were in
Dr. Lear.
conversations with the city of Waco. We kind of verbally committed to looking
A
at it.
certain amount. I thought we
I don't
committed
think we put an amount.
a certain, I thought it was an amount.
There was an amount
There-
noted. I
but-
don't know if we did a commitment.
But do you want it to come out of Francis's pocket, or you want it to come out of ARPA? Because I think it
We
could
haven't
possibly.
paid anything on that yet?
No,
The water
On
quality
that
study.
Water quality study?
no, not that.
What am I thinking? It was $50,000.
I think it was
Who was it that came asking us?
I gotta look.
Dr. Larry Lear.
Yeah, Larry.
Yeah, and it was 50 grand, I think is what it was.
And I thought we did approve an amount.
Well,
I would really love if y'all had.
We were looking at 50% of it. The notes I have on it in the ARPA spreadsheet, right at 30,000, I think would be our.
That
I
sounds.
think the discussion was that if the city participated, then our share would be less, and the Tawakona district was gonna cover some of the cost as well. So Judge, that's another similar.
Yeah, I was thinking that we had committed up to a certain amount, but hopefully less if the city would participate, but we would pay up to a certain amount.
Okay, so tentatively put that in the bucket.
Okay.
And if we've already dealt with it, we'll pull
Okay.
it out, or if we change the amount, but put it in there at whatever the request was, and then that's an area that we can pull it off the spreadsheet.
Judge, in terms of other categories, buckets, we have generators that have been requested.
Okay.
That's a result
All
of
right, put generators in them.
SB3. We've got water meters on a number of,
And that was for that little rural water, not that water system, what's it called?
pure.
Yeah, pure water.
Right. We have miscellaneous, some storage as well. That would be another potential category. Cottonwood has requested
Well,
new well.
yeah.
That's a,
Water source there.
yeah,
That would be a water source.
it's eligible, but it's fairly high dollar.
Is it the only that only request for well?
As far as I recall, it is.
Well, I believe it is.
I'd put well and storage in maybe the same category, with the exception of the storage that goes into arsenic.
Okay, that works. Let's see what else. I think that I think if we look at those, I don't see another one except we'll have wastewater, we'll have wells and storage, we'll have generators. These are additional categories.
Connection to Waco Water?
Connection to Waco Water, which might be able to, I don't think you'd want to put it in with the arsenic, I guess.
Well, it is the solution to the arsenic problem. So I don't
It
know how we
is.
look at
If you can get it, if you can get it stretched out there, well, of course, we can't get it out Riesel, and I don't,
But the connection to Waco Water could be an additional request or connection to Waco Water besides arsenic, because we have a couple of those.
I was just.
In
I
a
was
correct
just-
time?
Yes, well, I was just thinking it, the arsenic involves connecting to Waco
Right.
Water.
Yeah.
This also.
Right.
Different reason, different purpose, so
And-
it might not work.
What are the chances then? Because obviously Waco stands to benefit from connecting to anybody else. Are they willing to participate?
Well,
The
that's
city of
one
Waco?
dis-
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
They
one of
will.
the discussions we've got.
So we would have to view that in a different light as far as our funding goes.
Right, and, you know, the fact that, we know they need to get water, it's a big advantage to us for them to needing to go to other side of Axtell, to get water out of the landfill, so they're gonna have to get it out there anyway. And so they can participate and we'll see where we come in to play, if it's necessary or not.
Well, to help me do this, how big is the bucket of ARPA funds? It doesn't have to be exact, but that you want me to start working on. I can develop an interactive spreadsheet where, you know, you can change things, change this amount and that amount.
Well-
But I need to start with the dollar amount
Right.
for the whole bucket.
Yeah, and so there's another spreadsheet that includes other requests that outside of infrastructure. And so Dustin is, I guess Dustin, you've got that? That,
Yeah, so Judge, we have the comprehensive list of all the requests that's on the ARPA shared drive. And then going back to our original spending plan and just talking in round numbers, we had thought before the final rule came out that 30 to 35 million would be available for the downtown jail project. That has since changed. We had identified 3 million in spending on water projects, nonprofits, all outside county projects. So those are going to be the two things that, as Mike talked about earlier, that we can start going back and amending that spending plan, because now it appears with the Treasury final rule that the 10 million in lost revenue, that's going to be the major component that we can use for the downtown jail. There will be areas that we think we can carve out, like the HVAC, certain finishes and different things within the facility that will be ARPA eligible, but just the downtown jail itself as a congregate facility, it is ineligible. But we can use the lost revenue piece to pay for it. And then, as we'll discuss later, there's also some other things that are being presented to come out of that lost revenue, that $10 million piece. So to kind of answer Tom's question, it's funds have, more funds have become available for potentially for these type of projects over what was originally in our spending plan.
and just even at a higher level, there's, internal, generated projects that are county projects that we take ARPA money and put in, and there's external. And then in the external is gonna be the nonprofits, the infrastructure, and I don't think there's anything else, but those would be broke out. And so, you know, we want to see how much we want to put out in the community and how much we want to put for our own projects, and look at what the benefits are to the, you know, really the bottom line is what's the benefits to the taxpayers.
Dustin, were you able to find, were y'all, or Mike, an answer to the question about the unrestricted 10 million if a city is getting less than 10 million, and that was the threshold number, can they spend all of that in an unrestricted way?
Yes, as long as it's for the provision of government services.
Right, as long as it's something that there's, yeah, not for, okay,
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Any amount up to 10 million can't exceed their original allocation though.
right, exactly.
Yes.
But if, let's say a small city got $5 million, they can spend it for anything, government related, city
Yes.
services.
Yes.
They could pave a road, pave over a road.
And I think that was probably the intent behind it. A lot of it was for smaller entities to be able to have that.
So to help Tom out a little bit, we used the bucket with the arsenic issues and gave it a factor of 33%. The total ask was, Will, did you say 16.8 was the total ask?
Yeah, 16
Yes.
something, 16 million.
And
16.2. 16.3, actually.
we've identified arsenic as the number one cause probably that we need to be addressed. So just to help him out, do we drop down and say, all right, the other projects have been requested? Let's give is it 15%, 20%? Give him an opportunity to start working on something and then come back to us, but at least we know we're working in a direction.
That's what we're trying, I think that's what we want to do.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
the
he
16
needs the dollar amount that we want.
Yeah, he need, yeah.
20% of what?
The
You know,
16.2
well,
is
we've
all
already-
of them,
So what
isn't
was,
it?
we've already applied a factor to all the arsenic. So the 16.8 million less the arsenic related issues, you take those out because
Okay.
we've already agreed on an amount for him to work with, and then come up with a percentage of the rest of the 16.8 that we would be willing to give him an area to start working in. We may find one and say, we're not gonna fund any of that, but at least he's got an opportunity to have a dollar figure.
I think
to
he needs
start.
the dollar figure, yeah.
Because
Well, so
16.2, that's
and
all
so
the
like
water
the-
projects, right? 16.2.
Yeah,
that's all-
16.3
Request.
That was counting.
request.
That's all the water projects?
That's on his
That's
table
everything.
right
It's all the
now.
project.
That's everything. So you take the arsenic out,
Okay.
which what was the total on the
I
arsenic?
think that was
request?
6.8, that's where you're getting at.
6.8.
So we're down to 10, we're down to 10 million.
Okay,
You know, do we wanna say 20% of the additional projects? Do we,
9.5, actually.
well, do we have a breakdown on the 5.5 million that LTG is asking for? Because you can see the breakdown, I'm for, first let me preface it with, I think underwater projects, it's kind of, for me, a no-brainer to do the arsenic impacted request. But where you see the Axtell Prairie Hill breakdown, and you pretty much see the breakdown for Riesel, all we have is arsenic, Waco water connection, 5.5 million.
Right, and I can certainly get more information that, you know, I think they have.
Because they're
got a
80% of what we would set
preliminary
aside.
engineering's been done, so, yes, I can get that broken down.
And if I could
It's
just
probably
add
in
this.
this questionnaire
smaller
that they sent back, so.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Tom.
I was saying, excuse me, that they did put together, in response to the questionnaire, some narrative description of what they were.
Oh,
what they're
okay, I'll just
pursuing.
pull it up and look at it.
It's also, it generally follows what we did in the McLennan County water planning, the arsenic breakout plan, we call it, which was this,
Okay,
that we looked at last week. So it generally follows that,
okay.
so. But I'll look and I'll follow up on that.
Okay, Commissioner?
As we have this opportunity, we always say that a priority of ours are our smaller rural communities. And I see this as a optimum time to help those entities out there that are serving those smaller rural communities. So when we put together the criteria for how we're gonna fund the request outside of the arsenic impacted request, I do want to take into account those smaller communities that are serviced, like Pure Water. That's a small company. When you look at Axtell, Prairie Hill, those are smaller entities that serve what we say is that rural, small community. We normally, this is something extra and extraordinary, this ARPA funding and this opportunity to even look at projects like this. And so there are some communities that, even if we didn't have this ARPA funding, they may have found another mechanism to get their projects done some of these entities are really relying on the county, and if we don't do it, they'll just go undone. So I do want us to kind of take in account that I don't want us to treat these smaller communities the same way or with the equal eye that we would a community that has options as opposed to those that don't have options.
Understand. And I think when we get down into all those questions, that's where we'll make those determinations. So,
Well, and
On
again,
that-
it borderlines on picking winners and losers, and I want to be careful we don't get involved in that. You know, from a percentage standpoint, it should be fair to everybody if they get a percentage,
Right.
but they get the same percentage of their request that a bigger entity got. And that way it's a fair.
That's certainly where I'm
distribution.
headed.
Yeah, that's a fair distribution of the funds.
But if you have a 30% of 5.5 million is a lot of money. 30% of 270 is not the same. And then, that's all I'm saying. We need to put more ingredients into the recipe to make sure that we're treating smaller communities fairly as we move through the process.
Well, Judge, I think I have enough working with Dustin to identify some categories, take a stab at what percentage or what dollar amount could be allocated to those. And again, it'd be in a spreadsheet that the commissioners can look at and say, well, what if you put this amount here, and then it's going to reduce something, the others by, some proportion. But we can do that, that's an iterative process. But I think you can factor in fairness to the extent you can. I mean, you're not going to come up with a formula that is going to be the end all of being fair. I mean, there's going to be different approaches to how you allocate funds, different considerations on how you value these projects. And so it'd be difficult to have a hard and fast.
Well, I think you have to have a baseline to work from.
But this would give you a baseline to work from.
Right, and because you're right, we may vary a little bit, but if we go in with an open mind that, hey, let's just discuss the project and then we'll figure out how much we're gonna fund it, I think we're gonna be wasting a lot of time. I think if we have somewhat of a baseline for all these buckets, knowing that we may have to make some adjustments one way or the other, we at least get further down the road, closer to awarding some of these funds.
And we can, again, working with Justin, I think, Dustin, I think we can come up with the assumptions that were made to allocate as a placeholder this amount. Okay, here's what we think the value of this is to the county relative to the others. Those sorts of things. But give me a while to work on that, and then come back.
One thing again, guys, is we've got to remember this has to be obligated by December of 24 and spent by December of 26. So whatever we do, we need to be getting as part of this what their termination date or their completion date is going to be.
Yep.
And
All right, I can
That-
come
that's-
back next week if you're ready to.
our next scheduled meeting's the 15th, but it's up to the court if they want to dedicate another day in between the regular court sessions and now, so.
Well, that give me time to put together a kind of a spreadsheet model that can be interactive and.
Okay.
You can say, what if we added more here, what does that do to our other buckets?
Right. Okay.
And one other thing I want to ask right quick to see if y'all are in agreement is, let's just use the arsenic related issues. you let LTG know, hey, you requested 5.5 million. It appears the court is willing to offer 33%. They may tell you it's not even worth our time to move forward.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, they might say, we need 100% and we're not moving forward. We need to know that sooner than later too.
and that's where the percentage is not gonna work. What it's gonna be is so much per meter, because it's different sizes.
Well,
and to-
right,
to
but that
fix the
percentage
problem is-
applied to the meters. I still agree with you on it, but I
okay.
think we have to have an amount that we're agreeable to on all the arsenic projects that gets dispersed by meter.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But they may tell us, that's not what we had in mind, we needed.
Well, fortunately, there's a meeting that's gonna happen by the McLennan County Water Resource Group. And, you know, we're gonna encourage all those rural water systems to attend that meeting. But it'll also be, everybody that's in charge of any water municipality or anything else, private. And at that point, we will tell them where we are with trying to get our mind around this deal. And one of the, you know, we will pitch out that we're trying to be fair to everybody. It appears to be the solution is the same for each one. So the cost ought to be the same, broken down by the meter. And so from that, we'd see how that sells. I mean, if that sticks or not. And they might say right then, well, if it's not gonna be so many thousands of dollars per meter, then we can't do it. So then, you know, we leave them to their devices, you know, to deal with EPA and take a risk on EPA shutting all the rural water systems down. Which I don't, that would be, I mean, government has done stupid things before. And I don't know how much of a risk that is, but I was sitting in the meeting, Tom, and I think you were too, along with City of Waco and others, and many of the rural water systems, when EPA says it's gonna be, here's what the fine is, it's $25,000 a day, and it's gonna get it fixed, and eventually it'll be shut down. And I said, we got enough money to late breakfast on the first day, we'll be out of money. And they just gonna sit there, and I said, you know, what are we gonna do? Y'all gonna shut us down? And they said, well, y'all tell us if you're progressing. And so we're progressing. In fact, this is a big part of progressing. So.
And that ruling wasn't, I mean, it wasn't based on, I mean, they just kind of arbitrarily did it, was my understanding, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's not based on actual health.
Yeah.
It is just an arbitrary rule.
Sure.
Where it used to be 10 parts per billion, it went down to, or if that's the unit that they use, but it.
Went from
No,
100
it
to
used to be
10.
20 parts per billion.
It was
Yeah,
50.
50 and went down to 10, yeah. And, you know, I've been drinking that water all my life.
That's what's wrong.
That explains a lot.
We got a poster child right here.
Yeah, I mean,
This last handout I provided, you might want to look at that and consider how these different projects fit into to these 4 benefit categories I've identified. And what I'll, you know, it may be better to look at them as buckets, you know. So look at these 4 benefit categories in terms of arsenic help, in terms of generator help, in terms of these different categories that we're gonna come up with. And then that may help us, again, an iterative process where you take some here and have to put it in another bucket. What's the most beneficial of those buckets based on these categories? Or, you know, there's different ways to do it, obviously, but that might be one way to get there. Okay?
all right,
So I'll get the spreadsheet ready. I'll work with Dustin. I hope that's okay with you.
Yes, sir. We'll be ready.
All right. Thank you, sir.
okay. So, what's the next presentation? What are we gonna talk about?
So Judge, we have representatives from Trinity Sports. I believe Maria Berry is there. We have that on as an action item under L1A1. I know the court had some questions after the previous discussion with, after we presented this last time. So Maria's here to help answer those questions.
All right.
Get out of your way.
Hey, Tom, you're on the board, right?
I'm not on the board of,
Oh,
I
Trinity.
feel like I'm on the board, but I'm not.
Okay. Well,
You on the board?
you're welcome to stay there, and you may,
I do know quite a bit about this
yeah, okay,
organization.
good. All right,
You just gave me an idea.
okay.
Hello. Thank you guys for the opportunity just to come and answer whatever questions you have. I am here to answer any things that you have based on the information that we've already sent over. If there is any additional information that I need to send, I'll be more than happy to do that also. I didn't know I was going to be able to do a presentation. I would have brought some more information, but I sent pictures of the project. I know there were a few questions about where we needed to allocate our funds. So you guys want to ask first?
Well, he just asked a question, and I'm curious about now. Do you have a board?
We do have a board. Have you seen our website yet? You
I have
can
not.
go-
I
You can go
apologize.
visit us. Our board members are listed on our website. We have 11 active board members. They are a governance board at this time. We do more of our fundraising through operations, so we don't require that they do a whole lot of fundraising. But this year is a transition year where we are trying to have an event so that we have 2 staple fundraising events each year.
Maria, you provided us with a breakout of where this money would be spent, and I appreciate that very much. Will this solve, having had the opportunity to visit this location and see what needed to be done, will this solve ADA requirements?
Yes,
Have
and
y'all-
that's where our biggest issue was coming. We wanted to, not that we're trying to make a huge elaborate building, but we do want to be in compliance so that we are keeping our citizens safe and that we don't have any liability fall back against us if something happens.
Right.
There are some restroom concerns that we have as far as the ADA is concerned,
Okay.
so, yeah, so we want to get those things fixed. And if we can get it all fixed at one time, that would be more beneficial.
And then, again, this is something I think I've addressed with you before. Will you, at some time, approach, because of your location, the city of Waco?
Already approached the city of Waco, and we are waiting. What we were told is they have not yet decided how they want to allocate their funds, and I am becoming a thorn in their side to
Good
keep
for you.
asking every week, when will you decide?
Okay.
So that we can make sure that we keep moving forward with all of our projects and our
I'm sure
programs.
because of the location right now, you draw, I would assume from that area, just because of transportation needs for a lot of students.
Right.
And it would be great somehow to be able to broaden that to, I know 120 is a lot of, or 200 a week is a lot of kiddos right now. But I know y'all would welcome all you could get, so.
We are, because we have partnered with several different agencies in the community so that we can have a food program. One of the things that Waco ISD currently has is a Sack of Hope. And the problem that I've been seeing with the Sack of Hope is that the students go home and it's more of a snack bag as opposed to a meal.
Good meal.
And so we will be able to have a meal that they can pick up, and the requirements have changed a little bit where you don't have to remain at the facility, you can pick them up. So that means we can provide a meal for the entire weekend and not just for that day.
Right.
So we do have other things kind of coming up at the same time. City Center Waco also has that TIF fund, but then there is an outside of the TIF area that we've also reached out to them to see what was available.
Okay. And I know you have plans for some educational space in there for
We do.
tutorial purposes.
Yes, and we were donated 20 laptops and a cow. So we're waiting to, we didn't want to start doing more things in the building as far as repair is concerned until we got the deed. And now that we own the building, we're able to get things rolling and operate in full capacity with COVID restrictions. And that's one of the reasons we had to add a position, because we needed people there in the evening and the day.
Are y'all affiliated with any statewide groups, or is it strictly, y'all this brainchild came right here.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a good
Central
brainchild.
Texas. Yes,
Somebody
sir.
may borrow it from you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you have anyone on your board that has close connections with any of the city council people?
Not that I know of. If I tell you their names, would that help, or do you want?
Well, I was just wondering if somebody on your board is actively
No.
working with, talking to city council people.
Not that I know of. I have personally talked to City Council Representative Jim Holmes, and so, but not anyone on our board.
Go ahead and reiterate your board members.
Our chair is Raina Reyes. Our secretary is Jo Carolyn Amusan. Our treasurer is Robina Hayes. And our members, there. Kiana Ridge is our board member. Mia Thomas is on our board. Judge Hensley is on our board. The next person is Jay Hook. Then there's Andrew Johnson, and that's Greg Lehman and Jesse Ramirez. And then I already mentioned Raina and Kiana, and then that's Joseph Wade. Thank you for pulling that up.
I should have gotten on their board, because evidently I look a lot better. Those pictures are fantastic. I don't think I could take one that good, so I probably don't need to be on that, but anyway, it's like glamour pictures. Those are fantastic.
And that's our core team, since you're on that website. The brainchild of this actual project that's been in existence since 2008 is Mr. Berry. He's next to me. He's in the tan suit. And then there's Paul Ridge, and then Anthony DeGreat. And then I'm the glamour shot on the end.
Yeah. And what is Paul doing?
Paul,
He's a program director, did you say?
yes, Paul is over programs, and then Anthony DeGreat is over facilities.
Okay, Paul's a good one.
Paul is a good one.
He's a good guy.
I was surprised you
The
weren't on the board.
the initial request was for $50,000, and I think we got an updated request for 183.
Right. Our initial request came because we were really just thinking about one aspect of our program. And when we started to go through our strategic planning, we needed to just expand that a little bit more. You can put a Band-Aid on a situation, or you can try to make a solid foundation that you can build upon for sustainability. And that's what we're working towards, sustainability for our organization.
What is your ask of the city of Waco?
Our ask of the city, it's at 150,000. And again, we haven't even made an official ask because they keep telling us they're working on how the allocations will go. So what we are working on right now is getting done what we can get done. And if it comes later, then that will be great, and it will go towards more of our programming. And so we've operated our programming since 2008 without a facility. But now that we're in a facility, we need it to be safe for everyone. And so while we have these programs, it starts with coming into a building that is pleasing and compliant. And that's all we want to do, make sure that we're compliant. If we get this food program, which I believe we will, then we need to make sure our kitchen is up to par, and that when the traffic comes in and out for the food, they have adequate room to come in and out without getting into the sports side. We have 3 programs. I don't know if you saw all of our programs, but we have a fitness program, which is the athletics, but we also have financial literacy and education. And so we don't want to kind of mix all of those. And part of that fitness program is healthy living and healthy eating. So we want to be able to accommodate all of those.
So it's a great cause. And I'll be honest with you, I've been nervous from the onset of funding capital improvement projects
Yes, sir.
with this instead of services.
Yes, sir.
But you guys offer an incredible opportunity for some kids, so it's.
Yes. And children seem to be recession and COVID-proof at this point, because even when COVID started, we still had a large number of children. But now that we're trying to just social distance a little bit more, we just needed expand the capacity of what we serve.
Well, my comment would be, I don't know that 50,000 would have even brought your restrooms, shower facilities up to ADA, so.
We've been.
I'm glad you've asked for this, and I'm glad you're trying to get some money from Waco.
We're
I
trying to
think we can-
reevaluate our organization and, make sure that we are not asking for too little where we can't get anything done, and then we don't want to, you know, ask for too much where it seems like we're padding things.
As I was leaving, I had the opportunity to see the kiddos there, and they're excited to be there. They like being there.
They do.
It's a great place for them.
Do you guys own the building or?
We now own the building at 2020 Richter Avenue. Yes, sir. Debt-free.
Fantastic.
Okay. Well, like the city, we're not giving you an answer today. But I think you felt like,
Is this not an action?
well, it is an action item.
I wanted to see the subrecipient before we,
I think we've got.
all of these. Is it part, is it
I
included?
think, didn't, Mike, don't we have a subrecipient agreement on them?
On, yeah, this would actually end up being a beneficiary agreement. We'll have to change it. And if you wanted to go with the higher amount, we'd have to change the amount.
Okay.
And Mike, does it address anything about if the improvements were made on the building and for some reason the building has to be sold? Do we have any recourse, or are we just,
Well, we don't really have anything in there. I mean, without a lien or anything. We could put something in there, but its enforceability, you know, would just be how financially settled the organization is, not the building.
right?
If we want true safety, then you have to take a lien.
You know, I know we keep talking about, I'm sorry, go right ahead. I was gonna say, we keep talking about need to move on some of the projects, and I'm in favor of moving on the project.
I am too. I just had one question, because we don't have the amount in there. And I know that's what the court is gonna decide, but we also don't have the use, we don't have the use in the agreement, Mike. What we have is that we acknowledge that they're gonna use the funds for its program that's referenced in ARPA. It says beneficiary acknowledges that its use of the funds for its program is limited to those referenced in ARPA. So we don't really say why we're giving them money.
I don't think we had a lot of information when we just first put it out.
Well, I know when we approved the funding for the Syntex African American Chamber, we said this money is going to that equity fund. When we approved the money for Centacor, we said it was going to cover the loss of revenue due to COVID-19. I guess I feel that we're being consistent. I just want to know why we would be given the funds. Because it goes to, are we doing it for capital, or are we doing it for programming? And that's not your question. Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's also
Yeah,
gonna,
I bet you had a really good
I-
answer for me. though.
and that's also gonna determine.
That would be something we'd have to look back at, especially under the final rule now,
Right.
and
That's why I
see
Holding off.
what it does. I think this would probably be one that we put on the next meeting, and let us look at the final rule and make sure we can still do it. And we'll Gussie the contract up, make sure that we have it solid and get all that stuff done, change the amount. But I think that Commissioner Miller does bring up a point. This is, I don't know, some of them were making up for their
Lost
inability to conduct fundraising. But we just gotta figure this one. It would probably be under assistance to economically disadvantaged or something like that.
Because she gives us a lot of information in that initial proposal that you submitted. She gives us the capital breakdown, and then she goes into costs for programming. And I guess we just need to determine exactly the amount that we put in the beneficiary agreement, what does it relate to? Does it relate to the capital or does it relate to the programming? And I'm like you, I don't want to keep kicking this can
Well,
down.
yeah, I'm a little disappointed we're not ready to act, but if it's not, if we don't have all our ducks in a row, then I would certainly hope we would have them by our next meeting so we can get something done.
We will.
Judge and Mike, I've shared my screen that shows what's in the bookmarked agenda. And Mike, you did have it drafted as a beneficiary agreement.
Okay.
So there's the program terms. The use of grant money.
2.10 is aid to nonprofit organizations.
And the program means the use of the grant funds for needed repairs to the facility to assist in providing educational and recreational opportunities for underserved children. And then under the justification, as Mike said, 2.10, and then the beneficiary has not been able to conduct fundraisers because of the pandemic, and operational costs have increased because of the pandemic.
Okay.
Is that all true?
Definitely. We've had to stagger our staff, which means we had to add additional staffing too.
So I guess I did write a good contract, Pat.
Yes, you did, Mike. Okay.
And of course, we'd have to fill that sum in.
Yeah.
Did you have a suggested level of funding?
My suggestion was gonna be what they've asked for, because it's broken out. I think it's broken out on how it's gonna be spent.
But no, this equals the 73,000.
Well, I think that we've got, I thought we
There
got
was
some
another
additional.
one.
Remember?
I don't think you have it.
I thought we got some
Yeah,
additional.
it's another one.
Well, I don't have it. I got this.
I can send it to you.
This is what I got today.
Well, I thought it added up to the 185, what you sent.
It does.
I thought it was 183, but
I've got a phase one that came to 32,000. What'd you say?
I think we need to get our ducks together on this one. We've got,
Because I got a phase one that
I can
came to
resend it if you'd like for me to
32,000.
resend it.
I have a phase two that came to 31,000, and I had a phase three that came to a little over 7,000. When I totaled it up, it
Right.
rounded up to 73.
Right.
That's what I had.
Okay, as I said earlier in the meeting, we can't give you an answer today. But you can see that this group is very interested in helping out
Yes, sir.
Trinity Sports, and we appreciate everything that's good that's happening out there, and we need this prototype in a lot of areas of the community as well, so.
Yes, sir.
We'll finalize and get all the documentation in order, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Maria,
And I'll
thank you.
resend it.
Okay.
pleasure to meet you as well.
You too.
Same
you,
with you,
guys.
Tom. Same with you, Tom. Pleasure.
Okay,
Thank you,
Dustin,
Maria.
Judge, we can actually defer that if
Okay.
y'all.
I'll make a motion, we defer. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
We have 3 other action items. I don't know how much longer y'all have, Judge.
We have 15 till 4.
So we have an ask from McLennan Community College as an action item. We have volunteer fire departments, the surveys that we provided before, we've received those back. And then Francis also has an ARPA budget amendment. So do y'all have any preference on or a budget adjustment? Any preference on where we go next?
Judge, what's your thought?
I was reading something. I didn't hear you.
Well, I think Waco
heard him, but
voted
I
on
didn't
McLennan
understand.
County yesterday and approved ARPA funding for them.
For who?
For MCC. So maybe it'd be prudent on our part to go ahead and try to act on
Okay.
their
yes.
request.
You want to go over that?
Yes, sir. So we've received a request from McLennan Community College for $1 million, and it would go to replacing lost revenue due to the COVID pandemic. It would look towards the summer and fall enrollment, and then also the decline in their state allocation. And Mike, do you have some more details, or do you want to discuss this one some more?
The situation would be that it may not be the full $1 million, those are estimates based on continued losses. They've been able to track their losses pretty close. And so those are estimates based on losses that will be suffered in 2023, or late 2022, or and early 2023, summer of 2023. And so it's to assist them in continuing to provide nursing and respiratory therapists. They provide almost all the nurses and respiratory therapists around here, and God knows we need more of them. So,
What did the city agree to?
$1 million.
And then, Mike, I guess you just putting the subrecipient up to $1 million, or if they still don't know exactly what it is yet, how do we?
Well, the clock's still ticking on it.
well, we put up to $1 million. I think Dustin didn't know.
That's right. And it would be reimbursement, Commissioner. They would submit those to us.
But you can reimburse that. You were saying earlier you can't reimburse, but you can reimburse that. Right? I was thinking earlier we said no reimbursements.
So I think this would be
Well, there's a lot of things.
loss for them.
This is something that
During
you
that
don't
time
know
frame.
yet.
It's not going back before.
So not really reimbursed, it would
I
be
got
like,
you. I
be
got
like
you.
we're to check out for a water improvement and
I
then
got you.
before the time period,
So it's not truly, okay.
yes.
Well, yeah,
Now, this is going to have to come out of the 10 million, because there's no other ARPA category that we can use, and the situation is MCC itself is not a is not a 501c3. They're nonprofit, but they're actually a political subdivision, and the feds need to get that fixed, because there's a lot of people that aren't 501c3s, and that need help.
And Mike, we may need to talk about this one some more, because to use that 10 million revenue loss allowance that would be attributable to the county, that would have to cover only provision of government services. So I don't think this would fall under that category if we were supplementing their revenue loss. And I was looking at category. One sec.
I wonder what Waco used.
I just
They would have had
looked
to
at
use
it.
something applicable.
Yeah, 2.12, aid to other impacted industries, or 2.13, other economic support. I don't know. When I looked at the final rule, higher education wasn't listed specifically, but I don't think it would fall under provision of government services.
Well, they're a political subdivision.
No, but-
They are a political subdivision.
Yeah, so provision of government services is any service traditionally provided by government, by us as the governmental entity.
Well, does it say by us or by government?
Well, it's for the county's use. I don't think we can't, I don't think we can, I don't think it would be allowable
Can we
under
move
there.
on and this obviously
Yeah,
needs
let's
discussion.
check it
That's what I
Yeah,
think it
this
needs to be.
discussion.
Because if we
Need
use it
some
wrong,
more.
we have to pay it back, right?
I mean, they charge a tax. I mean, they tax,
Yeah, okay.
So, just need to,
So, to me, their loss of revenue is,
We need to defer this.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it. Y'all recommend deferral? Dustin, Mike?
If that would make Francis feel more comfortable.
Yeah, I
have
think-
an opportunity to talk to.
Me too.
I think
We,
Move to
yes,
defer.
I know that the city of Waco was using the lost revenue piece as how they interpreted it and how that agreement was tailored. But we can certainly defer and keep
Well,
working.
Can we look at Waco's agreement a little more closely and
You're looking at Waco's agreement.
Why don't we get the consultant to look at it and tell us?
Yeah, BKD.
We are.
BKD needs to, yeah.
We have a state recognized auditor too.
Absolutely.
It's just my opinion, this is just my interpretation of it, and
Well, but thanks for sharing it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we need to know where it's legally can be.
You want a motion?
All right, sounds like there's a little bit more, work that needs to be done on this, so, I would entertain a motion to defer.
Move to defer?
Second.
Second.
A motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass, okay?
L1A3 is the volunteer fire departments. Court remembers back in late December, we had asked about sending out surveys to the fire departments for them to be able to submit back their lost revenue from not being able to hold fundraising events. Those, the responses are included in your packet. Cody and Reagan had spent a good deal last week reaching back out to these entities, getting information back. So they range anywhere from a $2,000 loss of revenue up to over $30,000. Also had some entities who had said that they did have a loss of revenue, but they would rather any funds go to departments that had a higher need than they did. That's all included in your packet. There are about half the volunteer fire departments that are 501c3s. That fit into ARPA easily with the aid to nonprofit. 5 or so are not, and so those would have to be funded differently. And so, Mike, did you want to kind of talk about this a little bit?
Yeah, I think, with such a wide variation, that this is one of those that would be better to just set a flat amount that won't be exceeded. You get what you ask for, but not exceeding this amount. Like if you set $10,000 and a 5,500 one would only get 5,500, but the $30,000 one would get $10,000. So that way, I mean, it's such a wide variation that we're kind of keeping it all fair and on, and also, keeping an eye on the money too.
But it's legal to fund somebody that's not because y'all were just discussing the fact that with MCC that they're not a 501c3, so where does this money come from if you can't fund someone that's?
I think this is something more, I think it comes out of our lost revenue.
So it comes from our 10 million?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna say this today. Could we agree today to, and I'll throw out a figure of 15,000 as a max, and then anything less, as Mike was explaining, and only to the 501c3s?
Well, the other deal is, though, on the ones that aren't 501c3s, and Francis, this is what I think makes a big difference here. We contract with them to provide our fire services. Fire services are a service that are generally provided by county governments. And we contract with them to provide that service. So I think we could use our 10 million on the volunteer fire department.
Yeah, and I think so. And I think, of course, we pay them an amount each year to supplement their services. And I think if that's what we're doing, but if it's to replace the lost revenue that they encountered over that period of time, that's where I'm thinking it should go in the category 2, assistance to small businesses, assistance to
So it wouldn't
nonprofits,
come out of our
assistance.
10 million?
That's what I think.
Okay.
But again, I think we'll run it by our consultant and
BKD, okay.
and get some clarification on that.
So what I'm hearing, Commissioner, would be a recommendation that we fund it in the actual amount requested up to a certain cutoff. Is that what you're saying?
Right, but But do we want to do that today, or do we still have outstanding information that we want to run by the consultant?
Is there anything, I mean, can we vote to fund it pending?
Just the 501c3s?
What, so hold on just a minute on that. All of them provide the same type of protection for their communities. So not being a 501(c),
Shouldn't affect.
Well, but if they, what she's saying is that this is for lost revenue, not services provided, right? And so 501c3s, we can give for lost revenue. We can't give it to the other ones for lost revenue. So how do you deem it as services provided?
And that may be something we can, there's, because you can aid small businesses, you can aid tourism, travel or hospitality, other impacted industries, but that's just something we need to shore up what
Yeah,
those,
I thought-
and where these fit in.
But I thought when they came to us, we had already run the traps with the consultant.
yeah, I
We-
didn't, generally speaking, yeah.
We have with BKD, but we learned last week that half are not 501c3s.
And we don't care for 501(c)(3)s, not except for the fact that under the rules, they couldn't, if they're not a 501(c), then they couldn't be funded under that particular rule.
And Danny at BKD has said this is looks like an obvious gap in the Treasury's guidance, but it's something that it's not addressed right now. And so we just really need direction from the court. If we know an amount, then we can continue working with fire departments. We can put our agreements together and bring those back. And then we can figure out if it fits under as the nonprofit, under lost revenue, or as Francis said, one of the other categories, and tailor the agreement to it. But we really, it's kind of like with the Trinity Sports. We need to it would be good if we had an idea of what the amount would be as we go back and start working with them more.
Well, I think Commissioner said 15,000.
Yes, sir.
I'd say, put it in form of a motion, we'll debate.
I'd make a motion that we allot the 501c3 volunteer fire departments a maximum of 15,000 or the amount that they requested if it's less.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I've got a question. I wonder why they wouldn't be a 501(c), why they didn't ever file that. They just don't want to deal with it?
What kind of corporation are they?
They're just, they probably don't file any kind of,
Do they not file any who owns the assets?
They're probably nonprofit corporations. They just haven't gone the next step and got tax deductibility.
But who holds the titles on the vehicles?
I don't know. I know the couple out there in my area, one like EOL, they saved up through fundraising and got the money to buy the vehicle.
Well, let's see. Hang on.
6 of them.
Okay. Well, West would be in a incorporated, I could see where the city of West could
Yeah,
own that.
Valley
I don't-
Mills.
Valley Mills. Spiegelville's not incorporated. Elmont's not incorporated.
Well, even
Right.
the ones that
Elk
aren't
is not.
501c3s are Texas nonprofits. I still don't agree with that that our revenue, our lost revenue can only be used for our government services. So I feel like the ones that aren't 501c3s provide the same valuable service. And
Yeah, I agree completely, but
I still think we need to run this by BKD. And I guess the other question I would have on when we run some of this by, or when it comes back up again, or this request, does anybody run outside of McLennan County that we're funding part of that?
I think with mutual aid, you're gonna find that probably any of them that exist on the.
On the county lines?
Yeah, if they're on the county line, like Valley Mills,
Mutual aid only, I can't imagine.
West.
that being a primary.
West,
yeah.
Okay, just mutual aid.
McGregor doesn't,
It's not a
Robinson.
primary forum.
Right.
It's not a primary forum.
Correct, it would be just a mutual aid request in all likelihood.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Call for the vote.
Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
You know, we're gonna know a lot more about water systems,
Yeah.
More than I want to know.
fire departments than we ever thought we'd know.
Okay,
Well, hopefully, by next meeting, we'll have got the non-501c3s figured out. Because, you know, there's a lot of people there that we really need help.
Right
Okay.
under item L1B is authorization of American Rescue Plan budget adjustment. Francis?
Yes, so there are 2 pages in your packet on there. The first one is the budget that we have set up for these funds. And so what we are considering obligated is when you either approve a project or there's an agreement put in place. So we've been updating this as we go along, and this is information we have to submit with our quarterly reports as well. So it's important we keep it up to date. So if you look, the first column is the budget to date. So we had allocated, or obligated rather, the 7.4 million. We're adjusting 8.8 million. So I'll go through those pretty quick. So we're adjusting our the personal protective equipment project line by $1,079, and that is just for additional purchases that have been made for the county. Mask, gloves, hand sanitizer. Then if you go down, we have added $2,651 to base security. And these are costs attributable to our staff running security at the base facility. And so we only put cost here if they did incur overtime, nothing, what we'd already budgeted as their salary. But if they did incur overtime and it was related to base security. An addition of $17,100 to the line item there for base rental and equipment setup. So that is the cost for renting the base facility, as well as the service cost for setting up the technical equipment that is needed for the court. And then we have added $348,000 for Friends for Life. You approved that project on the last agenda. In the next category, we had Syntex Minority Business Equity Fund in the amount of $50,000 and Synacor in the amount of $24,500. So we have set up those projects. And then category 6 is the revenue replacement. So, you know, like we've discussed, they did with the final rule change the rule that you could use a $10 million allowance, standard allowance for your revenue loss calculation. For the first year, we calculated the loss to be 1.6 million. And I think in a county in our state, in our economic state, I think 10 million is going to be our best bet. It's going to be the best way to go. If we find out any differently on that, we have the ability to change up through the end of April when we do our next quarterly. But I think that's probably going to be the way we should go. So then that shows you then that we have obligated budgeted 16.2 million so far, just based on the budget. And then the second sheet just takes that same information, but just puts it into one column. And if you approve of all of those budget adjustments, it just walks forward the total award to show that there's 33.7 million there remaining to be allocated. And again, that is budgeted, what is budgeted. So, you know, there have been many discussions on other projects that are going to eat into that amount. There's the spending plan, so that it doesn't include that, but that'll at least show you what y'all have approved as of today.
so the 10 million, you've gone ahead and pulled it out of there.
So we
But
have
we haven't
to,
allocated within that 10 million now.
yes,
So-
but just for report purposes, you have to
Yeah.
show that that's
So,
where we're gonna.
so we have 33, almost 33.7 that is not been allocated, and plus what's unallocated in the 10 million.
Correct, which you haven't spent
We haven't
anything
done
there yet.
anything, so it's about 44
Correct.
million.
Yes, sir.
And, okay.
Does the base rental take into consideration the action item today where we increased it from number of days, or was that based on?
This is based on actual expenditures.
Oh, that's actual expenditures.
Yes, and so
Okay.
as they roll in
Okay. Okay.
each check run, we will update this as well,
Thank you.
of course.
Is that an action item?
Approving the budget adjustment, yes, sir.
Okay.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Judge, that should be all the action items.
Okay?
And then it's really just a question on the spreadsheet that's on the ARPA master spreadsheet on the drive. If there's any specific ones that the court would like us to work on with BKD to bring forward next.
Can you share that? That's
You want me
what
to share that screen, Judge?
you don't mind.
I'm gonna have to
I think
jump
we
over.
Definitely need some clarification from BKD on on whether or not, how these projects are eligible or what's eligible, or 5013Cs and everything else that we talked
Well,
about
and
today.
the problem is, we all thought we had it figured out, and the final rule came out and kind of threw some people for a loop. And, you know, it's, they don't give you any real guidance. And there haven't been enough frequently asked questions yet to really glean much from that, so.
And on the volunteer fire departments, I'm looking at an email from Danny from last Thursday or Friday, and it said this is something I anticipate them fixing in an FAQ. There is a hole between nonprofit and small businesses they need to fix. I don't see it as an issue for allowability. It just needs a home, basically. You know, just where do you charge it to?
Okay, good.
All right, now let me grab this screen. Give me 1 second. It's on my desktop. Okay, so here's our the master spreadsheet. The items in with the green background are the non-infrastructure type projects. The top one is a full body X-ray scanner that was presented by the sheriff's office. I think it can be removed from the list. There's an affordable housing development from Jimmy Durrell. No amount was given. So that's something if the court wants, we can try to gather more info on.
So those are new houses, right?
It's concerned about the lack of affordable housing, consideration that could build a viable, safe, appropriate development. Yes, sir.
New construction.
And stuff like this, I'm a little reluctant I would prefer we join forces with Waco on that. So I would want to know how they're going to view that before we jump in and view that.
Exactly. And the other thing is the entity doing it. I mean, are they a professional developer? I mean, as much as I like Jimmy Durrell, I'd say no. So, you know, I agree.
Yeah.
All right. The Syntax Minority Business Equity Funds, when we approved, Centacor was approved. Moving down, Creative Waco and Fiona Bond had reached back out last week and again over the weekend to see court's interest on this. It's funds to help recovery and relaunch of nonprofit art organizations, and request to the county's $262,750 over 2 years. Friends for Life was approved. Greater Waco Sports Commission, they had just inquired to see if they would qualify for any potential funding, gave no amount. MHMR is of course approved. Hippodrome had requested $402,000 to recover fund lost revenue due to COVID-19, and that's half of the full amount of 804,000. They're also asking 400,000 from the city of Waco.
That, that's a private business. And weren't there a lot of access to funding for businesses that lost money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was.
So,
There was.
You thought they would apply through those, channels rather than this one.
PPP, did they get into PPP? Did they get into?
Yeah.
PPP, yeah.
Next, John Bible had visited us before about community assistance with home repairs and weatherization. And we know from looking at EOAC and others that, there are these type of programs out there. And Commissioner Perry, doesn't EOAC have a good program for this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
MCC is the request that we just discussed. And McLennan County Investment Fund is one that came about last week. Judge Vance had reached out. They're requesting $50,000 to go into their permanent loan fund. And so if this is one the court's interested in, we can work with BKD on that one. This is one that they have not reviewed yet.
And they
And if it's a permanent loan fund, we have to spend this stuff by, including them, they have to spend it by 26. So they would still have to sign something saying they spend those funds by 2026.
Yeah, and it's a loan fund, so there's requests out there, so I'm assuming those funds would get out pretty quick. They did get their certification that that they were hoping to get to move into a larger scale. We kind of helped them get off the ground floor and got a call Friday, I think it was, and they did meet that plateau, so.
And we had agreed that we would give another 50 if they did. So.
Yeah.
Oceans Healthcare, they're requesting $850,000 to cover unreimbursed COVID costs, providing behavioral health to needs of the geriatric and adult patients in Waco and McLennan County.
Have we helped any other private business? I mean, kind of what was said earlier, we start something, then, if we kind of step out of our area, then there'd be other requests like it. So this one and the Hippodrome deal, these are both private businesses. Have we done anything for private business that y'all can think of?
Well, I'm not sure that Centacor is a nonprofit.
I'm talking about Oceans, not Centacor.
Yeah, this is Oceans.
Yeah, I understand, but you asked have we done anything for anybody else? Centacor could be treated as a business, but it's a nonprofit business. So.
But I'm not talking about Centacor, I'm talking about Oceans.
Right, have we, for a for-profit business, have we funded anything for a for-profit?
Oceans and.
No.
Yeah. So
Friends
I
for
don't,
Life is nonprofit.
so I don't think Oceans or
Hippodrome.
Hippodrome would come under what we're looking at doing. That's what I think.
I agree.
I agree.
I'm on board.
Hot Rack, the Regional Advisory Council, had requested 0.05% of our ARPA funding, which works out to be around $25,000, I believe. They have requested funds from other counties. I believe Bell may have contributed under ARPA, and then Mills County had contributed under their general fund.
Well, they're a state organization, so I don't know why we would be funding them our share of federal dollars when, all those kind of entities, as far as I know, were supported by state and federal entities.
And we don't even know what other funds, that's why I get a little leery on
Yeah.
some of this, because we don't have no clue what other funds they've qualified for.
Trinity Sports we discussed, and then I believe that's it. Waco Family Medicine, volunteer fire departments. I know there was a request for 800 megahertz radios, and talking to Danny at BKD, he just really did not see how that would fit. And then there was also this discussion on the emergent fee. We need to gather more info from the VFDs or from the Fire Association on it.
I think that is something that one day we would want to look at supporting life safety issues like that and good communication, but, if it doesn't fit, then we need to just look at it like we normally would.
You talking about the 800s?
Yeah.
Doesn't HotCog give grants to some of those people for that?
Well, yeah, some.
There's lots of funding opportunities for that, I believe. So-
Well, there's not as many as we think. Because they visited a good bit with me about that. And that was the question when I'd gotten with Dustin, is see if it could be considered infrastructure, and it's not, which makes sense, I get that. But they are struggling finding areas to get grants.
What,
grant monies.
what about the used radios that are coming back from the city? of Waco?
And that's a possibility. It is something that Frank had worked on before. The previous round of them was not the correct type of radio, but we'll keep working with Elizabeth.
And I remember that, but the subsequent generation should work fine, I think, is what Frank.
As long as they're 800 and they could, they need to, that's what they're trying to all get to is 800.
Well, they have to be,
VHF.
and they have to be programmed for our system
Yeah.
specifically, I
And
think.
supported.
And if they're programmable,
Supported.
All right.
But I remember that's Frank saying those things specifically.
Would it be possible on this chart that's for us to, on the ones that we funded, to put up a happy face?
Yes, sir, we can do that. So, if the court's okay with it, we can just kind of based off the conversation today, Judge and Francis, Mike and I can work through this, and we'll bring kind of the next round of requests forward, and we'll bump some of the ones down that it sounded like there was not interest on, and kind of mark those red on this list. But if the court sees something that needs to, that you would like addressed, please let us know, and we'll have it on a work session or on the agenda.
Was there a couple of more? Let's see.
No, sir, that was the last. That was the end of it.
Okay.
Judge, you did. Fuzzy Friends had reached out to you as well.
Yeah, it was, they had requested, that they said they did come up short with their fundraising because of COVID. But the other request they had was that they get on some kind of regular funding for the spay and neuter expense for dogs outside the city. And I told them that wouldn't, that's not what we're looking at right now. And if they had, if they could show us where they came up short in prior years because of COVID and fundraising, those would be considered, but not the other requests.
Right, and then we bumped up.
We bumped up ADC for that purpose.
Significantly, yeah.
MHMR and Waco Family Medicine are putting together their status report on fundraising. And we should have that out fairly quickly. They're early in the fundraising process. MHMR, besides Waco and the county's commitment, they've got money from the foundations that they're still working on the amounts on that, and then private donations. So they've got a ways to go, but we'll keep that.
Aren't they finding their costs more?
Everybody is, Commissioner, the unbelievable amount of increase in cost. Where their the project was going to be $9.5 million, it's like $11.5 million. Now, a part of that is 1,000 square feet that Waco Family Medicine has asked them to increase the crisis hub, so because they're going to have a residency in mental health physicians, and be a place for them to locate. And so MHMR is asked if they could provide funding for that space, so that could bring the 11.5 down. But same thing, happened on the zoo, where it's a $5.5 million increase on a $14.5 million project. And so just unbelievable amount. And
Well,
I'm sure-
any of this fit? Does this fit for our
Yeah.
funds?
It would fit. Well, if 3
I mean,
million.
I know
fit, more
MHMR would.
Yeah,
I know for certain MHMR would,
Right.
so.
well, and it's a place that we
Both
can,
MHMR and with Family Medical expressly fit.
yeah. So it could be an area as a default for anything that's not spent to go over into that if they don't have all their funding.
Yeah, the status report, we'll know more about that.
Yeah, I've got it. I just got it yesterday. I need to look at it, but that's on MHMR.
Right.
And they're gonna get one to every one of y'all. He should deliver it today or tomorrow.
And next week, we'll be coming back. We had to change their contracts. Final rule came out. They would be considered beneficiary contracts. And so we changed them, and it makes it a lot easier for them and easier for us.
Who say them, you're saying MHMR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, are there any entities that y'all know about that weren't on this list? Anybody have anything?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, anything else to come before the court? Dustin, anything?
No, sir, I believe we have covered it all.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing else, well, we stand adjourned.